Chapter 1734. The people in Chunyang Palace were still immersed in the scene just now and could not extricate themselves for a long time. The immortal tribulation could be so simple? Those who have insights go to retreat, those who don't have insights do what they should do. Yang Chen's voice rang in everyone's ears, waking everyone up. No one would think that there was anything wrong with Yang Chen shouting like this. He shouted with a clear conscience, as if it should be like this in Chunyang Palace. Didn't they see that even the master of the palace and several core elders took it for granted? Old Gui, Old Ho, Shi Kue, Xie Sha, wait for me to settle the ferry, I will come back to find you to fight. In the front, he woke up the disciples of Chunyang Palace, and in the back, Yang Chen left a sentence for the old tree demon Ho Yun and the others. I haven't beaten people for a long time, my hands are itchy. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the old tree demon Ho Yun, Shi Kue, Xie Sha, and a few others were beaming with joy. These guys who came from the monster race, it was simply nonsense to talk to them about peace and quiet. The most suitable way for them to cultivate was to go out and fight. Yang Chen shouting like this was also a good idea. Is this how you communicate with them on weekdays? Tianqin Fairy asked with a strange look. Who Yang Chen was shouting at, with Tianqin Fairy's current cultivation base, she could naturally distinguish it clearly, not to mention that Yang Chen did not intend to hide it from her. Almost. A few of them don't fight for a few days and their hands are itchy. They always have to be beaten up every few days and they will be honest. Yang Chen replied with a big stab. He did not feel embarrassed at all. How are you going to settle me? Tianqin Fairy was now as beautiful as a fairy, and even the slightly teasing and curious inquiry had a kind of amazing beauty. Her look seemed to have suddenly become a little girl, and there was no longer the mature and prudent look that she had when she claimed to be a grandmother. Yang Chen was the young palace master of Chunyang Palace. No one would find it strange for him to order anyone in Chunyang Palace. Even if it was the head of the palace, there were at most people, that is to say, Yang Chen was favored by the head of the palace, there would not be any gossip. But now it was obvious that Fairy Tianqin was not a disciple of Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chen actually said that he wanted to help her settle down. This time, Fairy Tianqin asked with a smile and a teasing tone, but there was no sense of blame. If Yang Chen's answer was not good, who knew if Fairy Lyra would turn hostile on the spot? A mere human immortal kid actually dared to boast about helping a heaven immortal senior settle down. If outsiders were to find out about this, there was no telling how many of them would rush to Yang Chen's face and scold Yang Chen for not knowing the gravity of the situation. But Yang Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all. He looked natural, as if he was arranging his own family, which made people feel that it was a matter of course. This made the heavenly zither fairy more and more curious. Don't you still have an immortal's cave and 3 targets with me? Yang Chen smiled and replied, I helped you find a good place, safe, comfortable, full of spiritual power, and there are masters to spar with. You should thank me. Fairy Tianqin remembered at this time that when she was looking for the immortal peach, Yang Chen also helped her bring back an immortal's cave with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. He had not yet settled down, and Yang Chen had already said that he would arrange it for her. Now that Yang Chen did this, there was really no problem. Fairy Tianqin did not have any resistance in her heart. Is there really such a good place? Fairy Tianqin didn't believe it. She had been in the spiritual world for 2,000 years. She had been operating for many years, but she had only made a fierce name for Grandma Tianqin. The place that really made her feel safe was not even her own lair. Chunyang Palace has only been established for less than 200 years. Yang Chen dared to say that there was such a good place? Anyway, Fairy Tianqin would never believe it. Let's go, I'll take you to see it. Yang Chen reached out and invited. After the heavenly zither fairy thanked him, she followed into Yang Chen's shuttle. She didn't know why, before Fairy Tianqin unlocked the seal, the two were still a bit unruly. now that the heavenly zither fairy had restored her beauty, and Yang Chen had also seen all parts of the heavenly zither fairy's body, but there was a little more transparent barrier between the two, and they were a lot more polite when talking and doing things. The speed of the shuttle was very fast. A few days later, Yang Chen took Fairy Tianqin to the Sea of Hatred. He took Fairy Tianqin to the Conch underwater mansion. Of course, the Conch underwater mansion was relatively safe. Except for Yang Chen, the palace master, and Wang Yong who controlled the token, even Long Xian couldn't find where it was. What's more, there was an 8th grade Fairy Immortal Master, Fatty Jing. If Fairy Tianqin was counted, 2 Fairy Immortal Masters plus a Natural Immortal's Cave was not safe enough. Then there was no safer place in the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the Sea of Hatred. Fatty Jing was now enjoying himself very much. There were no longer 2 chefs serving him, but more than 60, all of whom were spiritual in cooking among the natives of the spiritual world. Basically, Fatty Jing did not ask for anything in return from the human immortal masters who had passed the wind tribulation here. The only requirement was that if they found a good chef, they would bring him a few delicious meals. Those guys spared no effort to implement this small request of Senior Jing, and each of them tried their best to find a lot. Of course, in the end, only these 60 or so chefs could satisfy Fatty Jing. However, even so, Fatty Jing could not forget the delicious food cooked by Gong Sunling. Even if it was a simple dish that went with wine, the taste was much better than those famous chefs that could barely satisfy Fatty Jing. Perhaps the reason why famous chefs were not real famous chefs was that they had not yet understood what it meant to return to nature and what it meant to do it wholeheartedly. "You're here? Who is this?" When Fatty Jing saw a figure following behind Yang Chen, he was full of joy and thought it was Gong Sunling, but when he saw Fairy Tianqin, he suddenly felt a little resentful. Fairy Tianqin was already a fairy immortal, so naturally, she did not come here to face the tribulation, so it must be Yang Chen who came to find her. Fatty Jing was a lazy guy, but he was very smart, and he instantly began to guess the purpose of Yang Chen's visit. "My friend wants to cultivate here for a period of time." Yang Chen also made it clear first, so as not to have any misunderstandings in the future. "Can I borrow your place to quietly refine a cave house? What's in it for me?" Fatty Jing and Yang Chen didn't have much politeness. They had big fat hands, and they directly asked for benefit. His forthright attitude made Heavenly Zither Fairy dumbfounded. Most importantly, at this time, Fatty Jing did not put Fairy Tianqin's peerless appearance in his eyes at all. After the Heavenly Zither Fairy restored her beauty, even Yang Chen had a moment of absent-mindedness. This was the first time he saw someone ignore her appearance. Chapter 1735. In front of a top foodie, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she couldn't compare to a bowl of fragrant braised pork. Fatty Jing's current situation was like this. Not to mention Fairy Tianqin, even if all of Yang Chen's beautiful wives and concubines lined up to stand here, Fatty Jing would probably only see Gong Sunling. Nothing else. Gong Sunling was a top chef. Therefore, it was normal for Fairy Tianqin to be ignored at this time. Yang Chen had already expected this and didn't find it strange at all. It was precisely because of this that Yang Chen didn't have to worry about Fatty Jing having any other thoughts about Fairy Tianqin when he threw Fairy Tianqin into the Conch underwater mansion. Benefits. Yang Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, "I'll give you a breath and a chance." A breath? An opportunity? Not only was Fatty Jing scratching his head in confusion, but even Heavenly Zither Fairy was also puzzled. What kind of breath could be worth such a big favor? What kind of chance? Or rather, it's a chance for the two of you. Yang Chen didn't forget to pull Fairy Tianqin back at an appropriate time. No matter what, this was Fatty Jing's underwater mansion. As long as he was willing, anyone could be expelled at any time, anywhere. Even if Fatty Jing looked at Yang Chen's face, he would not do this, but if he wanted to make the heavenly zither fairy uncomfortable, there was a way. To let the two of them live in harmony, they needed a harmonious atmosphere. To achieve this, they needed extremely effective communication. Fatty Jing, you've been stuck at the 8th stage of the sky, Immortal realm, for a long time, right? Yang Chen didn't answer directly, but suddenly asked. And it's been a long time. These days, I've found new happiness. I believe I'll be able to break through soon. Fatty Jing didn't hide his cultivation at all and directly said it. The new happiness Jing who was talking about was naturally delicious food. In the past, he didn't know that there were such pleasures in the mortal world. After it was discovered by Yang Chen, it couldn't be stopped. Actually, Fatty Jing, happiness alone can't make you improve faster. Yang Chen shook his head slightly and said with a little regret. Cultivation is an arduous process. Only by experiencing everything can one stand higher and see further. Yang Chen explained, making a poor man regard money as dirt and making a rich man think the same way are two completely different things. After saying this, Yang Chen didn't wait for Fatty Jing to understand and turned his head to Fairy Tianqin. Similarly, in cultivation, there are not only grievances, pain, humiliation, and violence. Happiness is equally important. The first half of Fairy Heavenly Zither's life, at least when she called herself Granny Heavenly Zither, was definitely not good. From the intense inferiority complex to the ridicule of others, none of them could make people happy. It could be said that Jing Hu and Heavenly Zither Fairy were basically two people who were opposing each other. One was alone for thousands or even tens of thousands of years and could still be happy, while the other was also lonely and closed, but only grievances and pain. Both sides were extreme. You don't have to experience those pains, and you don't have to deliberately pursue happiness. As long as you communicate with each other, exchange with each other, and share your experiences and lessons with each other. Yang Chen said this, but his eyes were staring at the reactions of the two. In fact, putting aside their respective personalities and experiences, Fatty Jing and Fairy Heavenly Zither both had a common characteristic, and that was that they were closed off. Fatty Jing stayed alone in the conch underwater mansion. If he hadn't met Yang Chen, who knows how long he would have been lonely. In Fairy Heavenly Zither's previous life, where could she find someone to communicate with? Even if someone was willing to come to her, it was for Fairy Heavenly Zither's zither songs, not to communicate with her. From the beginning to the end, Fairy Heavenly Zither's heart was closed. Even now, Yang Chen didn't know if her heart had opened even a little bit. Now that Fairy Heavenly Zither wanted to refine the cave mansion here, the two of them might have to spend a long time together, and this was the basis for communication. Fatty Jing's optimistic and cheerful personality and Fairy Heavenly Zither's negative and reclusive personality influenced each other, learning from each other's strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. For the two of them, it was a good complement. They were both Sky Immortal experts, and they were very familiar with each other. From Yang Chen's words, the two of them could also guess each other's character. If they thought about it carefully, Yang Chen's words were very reasonable. Solitary Yin does not grow, solitary Yang does not grow. The principle of cultivation was very clear. Of course, one could also become an expert by going to the extreme, but after all, it was not as good as being neutral and peaceful. This was the reason why high realms were called perfection and not sharpness. For a moment, the two of them were a little tempted. No one would reject the improvement of their own cultivation. Yang Chen's words were very reasonable. It seemed that the following days began to become a little more exciting. Yang Chen was very satisfied with the current results. In his heart, it was not necessarily without selfishness. Jing, who was now a person of Chunyang Palace, one of his own people. Fairy Heavenly Zither was the person who was guided by Big Brother Li Cheng. Subconsciously, she was also one of his own people. For his own people, Yang Chen, of course, would try his best to avoid some bad things from happening. In his previous life, Fatty Jing was later captured alive, and then occupied the underwater mansion. After thoroughly tasting the humiliation and pain of a loser, only then did he have the improvement of his realm. But even so, he had always been subservient to others and was commanded by others. Fairy Heavenly Zither was not much better. The fierce name of Granny Heavenly Zither had been in the immortal world. After the seal was unlocked, it slowly took thousands of years to become Fairy Heavenly Zither. How did a weak woman bear the pain? Now there was an opportunity for the two of them to make up for their shortcomings through mutual communication and subtly change some of their extreme personalities. For them, it was definitely a great thing. Yang Chen had already changed the trajectory of their cultivation, so there was no harm in modifying this trajectory to make it better. Of course, when Fairy Zhou is practicing the zither, Fatty Jing can also listen more. It will be of great benefit to you. Yang Chen snickered in his heart and gave Fairy Zhou a secretive look that she could understand. Then he said seriously, "There are many people outside who want to ask Fairy Zhou to play a song, but they can't. Fatty Jing, as long as you provide food and accommodation, you can listen whenever you want. It's a bargain for you." Another purpose of Fairy Heavenly Zither, refining the cave, was to use the 3 Heaven Immortal experts as targets to practice the zither. Now there was an 8th grade Heaven Immortal expert as a target. How could she not be happy? This arrangement of Yang Chen was simply better than she had imagined. Fatty Jing smiled foolishly and nodded his head, as if he had already seen the glory of the future. Ever since he met Yang Chen, he had gained a lot of weight. Life was not an ordinary kind of beauty. Listening to Yang Chen would not be wrong. Chapter 1736. In fact, what Yang Chen said was the truth. Fairy Tianqin was not famous for killing people like flies, but for her zither songs. Her 3 best songs were Quiet Sound, Path of Slaughter, and Self-Cultivation Song. Amongst these 3 tunes, the tranquil tune was capable of allowing one to comprehend the heavens and the earth in tranquility. The Tao of Slaughter was capable of causing one to be filled with lofty sentiments and kill decisively, and as for the cultivation tune, it was capable of healing the hidden injuries within a cultivator's body, causing it to have boundless miraculous effects. As long as one could calm down and listen to this song, it would not be a breakthrough in one's mental state, but it could strengthen one's body, heal internal injuries, or increase one's spiritual force and spiritual sense. This alone was enough to make countless people chase after it. If Fatty Jing could listen to these 3 songs often, it would definitely be a boundless benefit. Moreover, if he listened to the Path of Slaughter a lot, he would definitely be immune to the attacks of sound cultivators in the future. Alright, what cave dwelling do you want to refine? Let me see if I can help. Fatty Jing was straightforward. As long as he agreed, he would immediately start. Yang Chen did not argue with him, and directly asked the Earth Dragon to spit out the cave dwelling. The Earth Dragon had already digested all the rocks and soil around the cave dwelling, leaving only a bare cave dwelling. As soon as the cave dwelling appeared, it instantly occupied a huge space with a radius of hundreds of miles. Fortunately, the space of the underwater palace was large enough to accommodate a cave dwelling several times larger than this. The moment the Earth Dragon opened its mouth, Fatty Jing jumped in fright. Fairy Tianqin did not feel how powerful Dilong was, but being in the conch underwater palace, Jing, whose senses were countless times stronger than Fairy Tianqin's, he instantly felt the terror of the Earth Dragon. Similarly, Jing, who also found the source of the Big Mouth, a terrifying character that could make him, a Sky Immortal expert, tremble with fear, actually wrapped around Yang Chen's wrist and made an inconspicuous bracelet. How was this possible? But the truth was right in front of him, Jing, who had no choice but to believe it. When he looked at Yang Chen again, there was a bit more fear. It's nothing. He's just like you, a senior who likes peace and quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed. There's no need to make a fuss. Yang Chen saw a trace of fear in Jing Hu's eyes. He didn't want his relationship with Jing Hu to have many other things. After explaining a little, Jing Hu felt relieved. Next, it was naturally Yang Chen who took Jing Hu's place and brought Fairy Lyra to familiarize herself with the underwater mansion's environment. He even brought her to the Heavenly Tribulation Room to have a look. As for getting more familiar with it in the future, that was Fatty Jing's problem. What surprised Yang Chen was that as soon as she entered the Heavenly Tribulation Room, Heavenly Zither Fairy triggered the Heavenly Tribulation without any warning. This room could only trigger the Lightning Tribulation, Flame Tribulation and Black Wind Tribulation of the mortal world. It was only prepared for cultivators below the human immortal stage. However, Heavenly Zither Fairy, a celestial immortal expert, also triggered a Heavenly Tribulation. What was going on? Fortunately, the Heavenly Tribulation that appeared was still the Lightning Tribulation, Flame Tribulation and Black Wind Tribulation of the mortal world. Its power was more than 100 times greater than the ordinary Heavenly Tribulation. But for a celestial immortal expert like Heavenly Zither Fairy, this little Heavenly Tribulation couldn't even compare to 1,000th of the earthly immortal tribulation. She faced the Heavenly Tribulation head-on and felt it without the slightest taboo. Not to mention that Fairy Lyra didn't care about this kind of Heavenly Tribulation, even Yang Chen, a celestial immortal, didn't care. Yang Chen stood beside Fairy Lyra and was also cleansed by the 3 Heavenly Tribulations, safe and sound. Aren't you a celestial immortal expert? How could you trigger a mortal tribulation? Yang Chen, who had always been a know-it-all, was finally caught blind this time. He encountered a situation he didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "What's so strange about it? I didn't go through a mortal tribulation. Is it strange to encounter one to make up for it?" Fairy Lyra couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Chen and replied snappily, "You didn't go through a mortal tribulation?" Yang Chen's eyes couldn't help but widen. He had never heard of such a thing. If a spiritual realm expert didn't go through a mortal tribulation, how could they become celestial immortals? Didn't she see so many native experts waiting in line? How did Fairy Lyra do it? There must be a reason for this. Seeing Yang Chen's shocked expression, Fairy Lyra knew what Yang Chen was thinking. However, for the time being, she didn't intend to tell Yang Chen about her experience and just gave him a perfunctory reply. Yang Chen also understood what this kind of peerless secret meant and didn't dare to ask too much. Asking too much would definitely be a taboo. Everyone had their own secrets, especially this kind of big matter related to the sect's prosperity. It absolutely couldn't be treated lightly. Why was the mysterious Heaven sect in such a hurry? It was because without the mortal realm's replenishment, the sect had become rootless water and a tree without roots. Without new disciples to replenish it, the mysterious Heaven sect could only gradually decline. Why? Wasn't it because the mortal tribulation couldn't appear in the spiritual realm? This caused the spiritual realm's natives to be unable to increase their realm and the sect's strength to not be replenished? If there really was a way to avoid the mortal tribulation and directly become an earth immortal like Fairy Lyra, then what did the mysterious Heaven sect have to worry about? For a moment, Yang Chen didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to face Fairy Lyra. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was because of this reason that Big Brother Li Qing guided Fairy Lyra to seek medical treatment from him? It was clear that Yang Chen's heart was in a mess and it wasn't suitable to talk about this topic. Yang Chen put down his thoughts and accompanied Fairy Lyra to familiarize herself with the underwater mansion. Then, he went to Fatty Jing's place to eat a big meal and planned to leave. The chef left behind by Fatty Jing was really good. Although it wasn't as exquisite and considerate as Gong Suanling's, the taste was already at the highest level. In addition to Yang Chen's praise, even the Heavenly Zither Fairy also ate heartily, showing a kind of heroism that was not inferior to men. This made Fatty Jing very proud and he laughed out loud. Since Yang Chen was leaving, Fatty Jing never had the habit of sending people off. He stayed in the cave and looked at the 3 heaven immortal experts through the mountain wall. The 3 guys inside probably never thought that there would be a day when they would become a monkey show in the eyes of others. Yang Chen. When Yang Chen was about to leave, Fairy Lyra finally summoned her courage and called out to Yang Chen. What? Yang Chen stopped and turned to look at the beautiful Fairy Lyra and asked curiously. Li Tring pointed me to you, but there is a condition. Fairy Heavenly Zither bit her lips and finally said the words. What condition? Yang Chen was really curious. With Li Cheng's high standards, would he actually raise conditions? He said that you can definitely cure me. Fairy Lyra's face turned red and she quickly said. His condition is that after you cure me, I will marry you. After saying that, she turned and ran. Chapter 1737. What? Yang Chen's mind quivered. Before he could fully understand what was going on, Fairy Tianqin had already disappeared without a trace. This time, Yang Chen couldn't leave even if he wanted to. If this problem wasn't cleared up and the trouble wasn't solved, Yang Chen would definitely have a headache. No matter how brilliant the cultivation method was, it couldn't calm the boiling in the heart. I forgot just now. You said that in addition to a chance there is also a breath. What is it? Before Yang Chen could chase after him, Jing, who had already flashed in front of Yang Chen. This was still in the conch underwater mansion, Jing whose territory. He would appear directly where he said he would go. To be honest, Fatty Jing really didn't have any foresight. He didn't look at Yang Chen's current situation and actually asked Yang Chen to fulfill the promise he had just forgotten. Are you sure you want it now? Yang Chen asked a little impatiently. Aren't you going to wait until you finish communicating with Fairy Zhou and you can advance a small realm before using it? What's the difference? Fatty Jing didn't think about the difference between the two at all and asked in confusion. You didn't say it. Yang Chen only then remembered that he didn't tell Fatty Jing what a breath was. According to Yang Chen's judgment, Dragon Yuan could definitely let Fatty Jing ascend to the 9th level of the Sky Immortal Realm and then reach the peak of the Sky Immortal Realm. To put it bluntly, it was not impossible for him to ascend directly. However, Yang Chen still needed the conch underwater mansion now. If Fatty Jing ascended too early, it would obviously not be good. Yang Chen was already confused by Fairy Tianqin's words. At this time, Fatty Jing still wanted to intervene. Yang Chen simply didn't hide it and directly said all the possible result. He even said the role of the conch underwater mansion in Chunyang Palace without hiding it. Regardless of whether you ascend or not, you have to keep that heavenly tribulation room. You can exchange it for anything, but you can't take it with you. Yang Chen's words were very direct. Otherwise, I don't mind snatching it from you. He could either immediately rise to the 9th tier of Heaven Immortal Realm and cultivate step by step, or wait until he communicated with Fairy Zhou and directly rise to the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm, or even transcend the tribulation and ascend. Speaking of which, the choice was too easy. Whether it was in terms of time or effectiveness, Fatty Jing would never choose the former. However, since Yang Chen did not conceal the importance of conch underwater mansion to Chunyang Palace, Fatty Jing looked at Yang Chen in a new light. As mentioned before, Fatty Jing was a cautious person and a foodie, but he was definitely not a stupid rice bucket. On the contrary, he was very smart. Even if Yang Chen didn't say it, Fatty Jing knew the importance of conch underwater mansion to Chunyang Palace. It was just that the two sides had a tacit understanding and didn't reveal that layer of window paper. Their cooperation could still be considered pleasant. Now that Yang Chen said it so clearly, it was obviously impossible to continue to pretend to be confused. Yang Chen had already shouted out that he would not hesitate to snatch it. Fatty Jing had no doubt that Yang Chen could do it. The Earth Dragon bracelet that he saw not long ago was still on Yang Chen's wrist. That guy alone could bully Fatty Jing 100 times, 100 times. Looking at Yang Chen's expression, Fatty Jing finally determined that Yang Chen was in a bad mood. He immediately realized that he came at the wrong time and shouted cleverly, "I'll think about it." Then his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Now that there was no one, Yang Chen could finally figure out what happened. Fairy Tianqin just suddenly said that Brother Li Cheng wanted her to be his wife. Why did this matter seem so sudden? Yang Chen forced himself to calm down and began to think about whether Fairy Tianqin was lying. After carefully thinking about it for a while, Yang Chen felt that it was not. It was not that Yang Chen was boasting, but Yang Chen really did not think that he was one in a million. Other people would stick to him as soon as they met, and he was not that popular. Fairy Tianqin's previous behavior made Yang Chen feel that it was abnormal. It did not match the reputation of Granny Tianqin, who killed people as if they were paralyzed. Some of them were always submissive, which was very questionable. In his previous life, Yang Chen had never heard of the strong old lady Tianqin being so obedient to a man. Moreover, it was a junior whose cultivation base was much lower than his own. Even if it was to restore her appearance, Granny Tianqin did not have to compromise like this. Those who wanted to listen to Granny Tianqin's 2 songs had to make 2 circles from the Linyang River to the Lihan Sea. With her personality of never asking for anything from others, how could she be so docile? This was the only explanation that could explain everything. In other words, from the beginning, she knew that she was going to marry Yang Chen. That was why she was so obedient to Yang Chen. A powerful female expert, only for this reason would she be so obedient to a junior whose cultivation was lower than her. Why did Brother Li Qing do this? Yang Chen did not understand. If he wanted to know, he could only wait until the next time they met to ask clearly. However, there was one thing that Yang Chen could vaguely guess, that was, Li Cheng should have predicted what method Yang Chen would use to unlock this seal, so it was like this. After all, letting a woman be naked in front of him, other than her own husband, there was no outsider that could make her so calm. Even so, Fairy Tianqin also struggled for a long time before agreeing. Yang Chen clearly remembered the situation at that time. This was troublesome. Yang Chen really did not know how to describe his feelings at the moment. On the one hand, he did not know how to explain to Fairy Tianqin, nor did he know whether he should agree or not. On the other hand, Yang Chen did not know how to explain to his current wives and concubines. Heaven had pity on him. His original intention was only for Brother Li Cheng's guidance and wholeheartedly to break the seal on Fairy Tianqin. In any case, Yang Chen could not escape. It seemed that Fairy Tianqin could only say those words. This kind of thing, how could a man take the initiative? Yang Chen braced himself to find Fairy Tianqin. In fact, Fairy Tianqin did not go far. She was just hiding in a room in the Conch underwater palace. The room was not locked. Yang Chen just knocked on the door and pushed it open without the slightest obstruction. Fairy, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Yang Chen looked at Fairy Tianqin, who was sitting shyly facing the wall and did not dare to look at him. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said this. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding can there be? As Yang Chen expected, Fairy Tianqin was like an explosive. Yang Chen only said one sentence before she fiercely retorted, "My whole body has been seen by you. Do you think I will marry someone else?" Chapter 1738. This was also the most difficult part for Yang Chen. Generally speaking, in this kind of situation, it was indeed as Fairy Tianqin said, she could no longer marry someone else. But Yang Chen also felt that he was wrong. Originally, he only wanted to undo Granny Tianqin's seal. Of course, the most important thing was because of Big Brother Li Cheng's guidance. He couldn't let Big Brother Li Cheng go back on his word. From this point, Big Brother Li Cheng's consideration seemed to be a bit hasty. He didn't even ask for the opinion of the person involved. I already have 4 wives, 7 concubines, and even a housekeeper and 30 beautiful maids outside. Yang Chun had to say some things first to avoid problems because of this. Are you sure you want to marry a lecherous playboy like me? Speaking of which, if Yang Chun really wanted to marry Fairy Tianqin, for Yang Chun, there would only be benefit. Not to mention the beauty of the heavenly zither fairy, just the background behind the heavenly zither fairy was enough to make Yang Chun struggle for many years. However, if Yang Chun really agreed, Yang Chun would not be so willing, even if he seemed to have a lot of advantages. Therefore, Yang Chun still hoped to use his lecherous reputation to scare Fairy Tianqin away, making things convenient for everyone. I know. Fairy Tianqin had already calmed down. She was not so fiery, nor was she so shy. She looked at Yang Chun and said, I don't care. Anyway, you already have so many beautiful wives and concubines, it doesn't matter if you have one more, right? But I want to be your wife. Yang Chun had never seen a woman be so magnanimous in the face of this kind of thing. What she said made Yang Chun unable to believe his ears. Yang Chun could easily hear from Fairy Tianqin's words that it was not his own subjective willingness, but a feeling that he had to accept. This feeling was very bad. You don't have to suffer like this. Sighing, Yang Chun said with some pity. You are a high and mighty fairy, now and in the future, there is no need to suffer because of a little thing, and there is no need to be like this because of my sworn brother's joke. If you feel inconvenient, I can make it clear to Big Brother Li Qing. How about it? Yang Chen's rebirth was for his own master, but under a variety of circumstances, Yang Chun had many beautiful wives and concubines. From the bottom of his heart, Yang Chun had always felt sorry for his master, and also for other women. He could only strive to do better, so that they would have a shield against the wind and rain. Yang Chun knew his own affairs. If Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue could be regarded as a foundation of feelings, then his 7 concubines were completely for the sake of mutual benefits. It was only later that the 7 concubines did very well, so Yang Chun completely accepted them both physically and mentally, and they naturally followed Yang Chun wholeheartedly. From strangers to familiarity to trust, it would take a long time. It was not something that could be done in a day or two, or even a year or two. Yang Chun and Fairy Tianqin had only cooperated for less than half a year. Even if it was to cultivate feelings, it would not be so fast for cultivators. Yang Chun felt that he had already belittled himself and was full of sincerity, but he still underestimated Fairy Tianqin's determination. My surname is Zhou, my full name is Xianying. Fairy Tianqin finally announced her own name, which could be regarded as an answer to Yang Chen's previous suggestion. A woman's reputation is important. Your sworn brother Li Qing said this at the time. I don't care. For the sake of your sworn brother, let me be your wife and not your concubine, right? Yang Chun was completely speechless. He had said so much for nothing. This woman actually wanted to marry into his family. Granny Tianqin's reputation is not good. I can't let it affect your reputation, so I will change my name to Qinin, not Tianqin. Zhou Xianying looked into Yang Chen's eyes and said very seriously, What else does husband want? This concubine will obey. As she spoke, Zhou Xianying directly called herself a concubine and called Yang Chen husband. It seemed that she had made up her mind. Phew! Yang Chen let out a long breath, closed his eyes for a while, and opened them again. Looking at Zhou Xianying who was staring at him, he finally said, Fairy Qinin, it sounds very nice, let's do it like this. Yes, husband. Zhou Xianying stood up and curtsied to Yang Chen. Brother, I call you Big Brother, you can call me Big Brother in the future too. Yang Chen said. Since it was already like this, Yang Chen wouldn't be too wishy-washy. A fairy taking the initiative was only good for him, so Yang Chen wouldn't push it away. If he could slightly change Fairy Tianqin's reputation and experience in his previous life, he would definitely be able to save many people's lives and gain a lot of merit. I have to tell you and the others about this. You can cultivate here in peace and refine the cave. Yang Chen continued to instruct. Yes, this concubine won't make things difficult for husband. If there's a suitable opportunity, this concubine will naturally pay her respects to the other sisters. Zhou Xianying didn't try to be the first just because she had the highest cultivation. She was the first to enter the sect. This was a natural principle that couldn't be changed. During this period of time you can still think about it. If you're not happy, you can bring it up at any time. Don't be afraid of bearing any debt. Yang Chen sighed again. Fairy, you're as pure as ice and as clean as jade. I've climbed up the social ladder. Before Zhou Xianying could say anything, Yang Chen spoke before her. If you're still willing, I'll hold a grand wedding for you. I won't let you enter the sect without a title. Yes, thank you, husband. A smile finally appeared on Zhou Xianying's face. This cave will be husband's betrothal gift. This concubine will refine it well. This cave? Yang Chen directly shook his head. It's just a small thing that I casually obtained. Just treat it as money for my hard work this time. I have other arrangements for the betrothal gift. Just wait. Although he said he wanted Zhou Xianying to think about it, in fact, Yang Chen also knew that Zhou Xianying definitely wouldn't change her decision. Therefore, the following things were basically more thoughtful. Zhou Xianying could also hear it, and her mood became more and more cheerful. After finally settling down the original Granny Tianqin and the current fairy soft sound, Yang Chen could finally leave with peace of mind. After being threatened by Yang Chen once, Fatty Jing didn't show up until Yang Chen left. He only appeared when Yang Chen was out of sight. At this moment, the person Yang Chen wanted to see the most was his sworn brother, Li Cheng. He wanted to ask him personally, why did he give him a fairy? He actually didn't ask for Yang Chen's opinion before confirming her identity as a co-wife. There had to be some explanation, right? Chapter 1739. On the way back to Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen didn't feel so comfortable. It was not because he was forced to marry a beautiful woman, but because he felt that he had caused enough peach blossom debts, and now there was one more. But soon, Yang Chen tried to adjust his emotions and make himself normal. In any case, the possibility of Zhou Xianying changing her mind was extremely small. It was better to look forward. As Yang Chen analyzed before, this was a good thing for Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. Others didn't know, but Yang Chen was very clear about how strong Zhou Xianying's backing in the immortal world was. It was almost effortless to find a big backer for Chunyang Palace. Did Brother Li Cheng also see or expect this, so he pointed it out like this? No matter what, it was good for himself and Chunyang Palace, so he took advantage of it. Yang Chen was open about it. As for whether accepting Fairy Qingyin as a wife would cause the dissatisfaction of the beautiful concubines, that was a later matter, wasn't it? Moreover, now Yang Chen had something that could give a little benefit to his wives and concubines. It was to win them over in advance and comfort them. The gourd containing the dragon yuan, Yang Chen didn't know how much dragon yuan was left in it, and whether it would disappear with time, Yang Chen was not sure. Therefore, the safest way was to consume it immediately. Back at the sect, Yang Chen went directly to the head of the palace. After using it for Gao Yu and Gong Sunling last time, Yang Chen was brought to Zhou Xianying by the head of the palace. He didn't have time to use it for them. Now Yang Chen finally temporarily solved Zhou Xianying's matter, and he could also spare some time for the elders to use. The head of the palace and the elders, plus the old tree demon Ho Yun, Kuei Xie Sha, the first 10 Chunyang Palace seniors who ascended were all in Chunyang Palace at this time. Yang Chen asked them to wait in the sect before he went to the Hatred Sea. Now everyone appeared in front of Yang Chen. I got something good, so I want to share it with everyone. After Yang Chen greeted the elders, he immediately took out the gourd and waved it. Prepare the retreat room, everyone has a share. The things that Yang Chen took out were of a lower grade. The last 5 turns marrow pill was still nourishing the body of the elders, almost replacing their active cultivation. Now he took out a gourd, no one asked why. They were all prepared in advance, waiting for Yang Chen to call them one by one. Each elder took a big dragon yuan. After inhaling it, Yang Chen didn't give more, just quietly guarding the elders and waiting for them to finish their retreat. It had to be said that the dragon yuan was wonderful. The 10 elders retreated for more than half a month. After opening their eyes, they couldn't believe it. The average spiritual power cultivation base was improved by one small realm. The old tree demon, a guy with a deep accumulation, jumped 2 small realms in a row, directly from the 4th grade of the human immortal to the 6th grade of the human immortal, which was the same as Ho Yun after the promotion, which made people stunned. But everyone's harvest was not as good as Ho Yun's. After hundreds of years of diligent cultivation, Ho Yun's yellow turban strongman body refining technique has been cultivated from the high stage of river overturning strength to the peak stage of river overturning strength. He thought that there would be no improvement within 1,000 years. As a result, with the help of the Dragon Yuan, he directly broke through the river overturning strength and entered the early stage of sea overturning strength. Don't underestimate this small improvement in the realm of the body refining technique. The direct consequence was that Ho Yun's physical strength had increased by more than 5 times. In terms of combat power alone, Ho Yun, a 6th grade human immortal, had no problem fighting against an ordinary 2nd grade Earth immortal. If the facts were not in front of the elders, the few who came out of seclusion could not believe their eyes and ears. How is this possible? The white gas in the gourd saved everyone at least 200 years of cultivation time. If they took a few more breaths, wouldn't they all be able to become an Earth immortal in a short time? Shi Kuei and Xiesha couldn't hide their words and asked directly. This is only useful for the first time. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Everyone's idea was good, but the fact was so helpless. If there was such a good thing that could make people reach the sky in one step, it was by no means perfect. Just like the 100-year pill and 1,000-year pill in the mortal world, even if it could make Mu Mingyuan ascend directly, there would still be some shortcomings in some aspects after coming up, and there would always be a price to pay. There was never a shortcut in cultivation. Even now, everyone's cultivation base has directly improved by a small realm, but it still takes a long time to adapt and cultivate their mind to really get the strength that matches the realm. However, relatively speaking, it still saved a lot of time after all, and the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As soon as the realm of the body refining technique was improved, Ho Yun couldn't sit still and couldn't wait to challenge Yang Chen. The old tree demon and Shi Kuei and Xiesha were all the masters who wanted the world to be in chaos, and they all made a ruckus. Even the head of the palace and the elders were interested and wanted to see the contest between Yang Chen and Ho Yun. From the hearts of several elders, it was not necessarily that there was no thought of testing Yang Chen. They were also afraid that Yang Chen cared too much about the sect's chores and delayed his cultivation. It was not easy for the sect to have such an excellent disciple in all aspects, but the cultivator, after all, still focused on cultivation. It was impossible for the teacher to let an excellent disciple work hard and let others enjoy the fruits of his labor. The place of the contest had to be carefully selected. Others were not clear, but Yang Chen and Ho Yun were very clear about the destructive power of the two of them. In the end, Yang Chen came up with a way. Everyone went straight to the hatred-parting sea and competed at the bottom of the sea. On the one hand, it was far away from the Chunyang Palace's mountain gate. On the other hand, even if there was any big movement, it could be attributed to the tsunami so that people would not panic. Originally, it was just a simple competition. It could be regarded as Ho Yun and Yang Chen understanding each other's strength. At the same time, it was also regarded as Yang Chen helping Ho Yun temporarily adapt to the sudden surge of power. As a result, when they reached the bottom of the sea, Ho Yun still couldn't help but inform Fatty Jing. When Fatty Jing heard that Ho Yun was going to compete with Yang Chen, he immediately became interested, so he happily found a suitable place together, ready to join forces with Ho Yun to teach Yang Chen a lesson at the appropriate time. When Yang Chen left a few days ago, Fatty Jing felt that he had lost face no matter how he thought about it. He was actually frightened by Yang Chen. It was one thing to deal with the Thunder Retribution Room, but he must get back at Yang Chen for being frightened. When Fatty Jing knew about it, Zhou Xianying naturally also knew about it. It was related to Yang Chen. How could she not come and take a look? Even if she didn't have close contact with Yang Chen, she had to find out more about Yang Chen's situation, right? Moreover, this was also an opportunity to understand Yang Chen's strength face to face. No one wanted their future husband to be a weakling, right? Chapter 1740. Fatty Jing chose a very open sea area. There were no super strong sea beasts here, and there were no spiritual veins around. Even if it caused great damage, it would not affect anything. It was very suitable. Ho Yun was obviously still adapting. His body refining technique had just been upgraded to a great realm. The sudden surge of power made Ho Yun have a very wonderful feeling. That feeling was like suddenly winning a big prize, and it was a super big prize, which could almost completely ignore many people. Ho Yun thought he knew Yang Chen very well. He knew that Yang Chen had entered the realm of overturning the sea strength a long time ago. However, a large part of the reason was that Yang Chen began to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the foundation establishment stage. His body had not experienced the baptism of thunder tribulation, so his cultivation had grown quickly. But after arriving in the spiritual world, the gap between the two was not so obvious. Even if Yang Chen's body refining technique cultivation was fast, he should be at most in the middle stage of overturning the sea strength. Now Ho Yun himself had also entered the overturning the sea strength realm. Although he had just entered this level, the strength of the mighty Ape King's main body was many times stronger than that of Yang Chen, a human cultivator. In this way, the power of the two should be equal. In the past, he had been suppressed by Yang Chen in terms of power, which made Ho Yun, as the mighty Ape King, feel uncomfortable. Now there was finally an opportunity to equalize and even suppress him. Ho Yun must seize it in any case. If he was excited, he would do something bad. For example, it was troublesome now. Ho Yun wanted to warm up. It was just a few simple movements. He swung his big stick a few times and then casually struck. Then, he awkwardly discovered that even at the bottom of the sea, his full-strength movements caused a series of troubles. Several huge whirlpools appeared on the sea surface, setting off several waves of hundreds of feet high. The sea floor, which had just been flat, instantly formed a deep trench under his blow. The realm of overturning the sea strength itself had a huge destructive power. If it was not forcibly controlled, it could easily lead to disaster. Even when Yang Chen had just improved his realm, he needed various methods to control it. Now the Medicine Garden Pure Bottle and the Earth Dragon Bracelet in his hands were sufficient to help Yang Chen control it. Even in the spiritual realm, the body-tempering art of this level was really unbearable. The huge movement even alarmed Long Xian and Lan Ning, who was accompanying Long Xian. Soon Lan Ning also appeared here, and after learning the whole story, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, they were at the bottom of the sea, and there were no powerful sea beasts around. Otherwise, this would definitely be considered a provocation, and they would not stop until one of them died. Can't we compete in strength in a sturdier formation? Lan Ning was disturbed when she was cultivating. Fortunately, she had a single attribute of the 5 elements, and she was cultivating the original cultivation method. Even if she was disturbed, it would not reach the point of qi deviation. But the process did make her very unhappy. Even if the senior officials of Chunyang Palace were present, they could not stop her from complaining. Formation? Good idea. Fatty Jing muttered on the side. Although the commotion that Ho Yun made just now was not very impressive in the eyes of an expert who was close to the peak of the Heaven Immortal stage, it should be known that it was Ho Yun's pure physical strength without using any spiritual energy. Even as strong as Fatty Jing, if he only used his physical body, he would not have such a strong performance. However, when Lan Ning mentioned the formation, Fatty Jing suddenly remembered a formation that he had never used before, which seemed to be suitable for the situation in front of him. "I have a formation here that can be used," Fatty Jing said directly, and he did not keep it to himself. He quickly took out the jade slip that recorded the formation. Elder Gao Shiyan, who was Gong Suanling's ancestor, was also an array cultivator. After a little study, he immediately understood the role of the formation. This formation was originally used to build a palace on the seabed, which could disperse and eliminate the pressure of the seawater. But if it was used in reverse, it could completely concentrate the weight of the seawater above on the formation. Wasn't this the most suitable formation for the two of them to compete in pure strength? What's more, this formation was quite strong, and there was no need to worry about any disaster. As long as Yang Chun and Ho Yun stood in the formation, they could compare the strength gap between the two by simply looking at how much seawater their bodies could bear. It seemed that this method was good. It was simple and effective, and it didn't hurt the harmony. The amount of weight could be determined by controlling the scope of the formation. The larger the scope, the heavier the seawater. Anyway, it didn't need to be precise to how much weight, it was just a competition, so naturally, it didn't need to be so complicated. This formation was relatively simple. With the help of Fatty Jing in the late stage of the fairy immortal realm, coupled with Yang Chen's materials, it took Elder Gao less than 3 days to arrange the formation. Ho Yun was impatient, of course, he rushed to be the first. He stood in the center of the formation, and after he was ready, he signaled Elder Gao to start. Elder Gao controlled the formation and increased the scope of the formation's influence little by little. Being on the seabed, the weight of the seawater in the range of the formation above began to directly press on Ho Yun's body. In order to intuitively show the weight borne by the two people, a few simple scales were engraved on a long stick. Every foot on the long stick represented the sea area of 100 miles. After the formation was activated, the weight borne by Ho Yun was clearly shown on the long stick. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 1,000 miles. It had to be said that Ho Yun shocked many people this time. How heavy was the seawater in the sea area of 1,000 miles? Even for a master of the fairy immortal realm like Fatty Jing, it was a little unimaginable for him to use his spiritual power to bear it, but Ho Yun actually used his body to bear it. The Herculean Ape King was really a powerful creature that people couldn't help but admire. Ho Yun now seemed to be a little reluctant. His whole performance was gritting his teeth, and the bones of his whole body were shaking. But no one would underestimate him. Everyone was still immersed in the real shock. Everyone knew that Yang Chun and Ho Yun both cultivated a kind of Herculean body refining technique and vaguely knew the name of the body refining technique. But they didn't know the realm of the body refining technique. But there was no doubt that now everyone admitted that Ho Yun could reach the point of overturning rivers and seas with his strength alone. Yang Chun had performed once in front of everyone before, throwing a mountain directly from 1,000 miles away to the mountain gate of Chimen sect, but at that time, everyone thought that there should be spiritual power to assist. They never thought that Yang Chun would only use his physical strength. Now, judging from Ho Yun's performance, it seemed that it was not impossible to use only his physical strength. When they thought that Ho Yun used to be ashamed of being inferior to Yang Chun, everyone was very curious about how much power Yang Chun had. Within this formation, how much of the sea area could Yang Chun bear? Chapter 1741. Everyone knew that cultivators in the same realm were not necessarily as powerful. Cultivation had the same realm, but the cultivators were different, so naturally there would be different results. Judging from Ho Yun's eager performance, this time Ho Yun's cultivation must have improved by a realm. Now he and Yang Chen's body refining technique should be similar. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to compete with Yang Chen. Since the realm was the same, the gap depended on the difference of the cultivators. For the result of the competition, everyone in Chunyang Palace, except for Ho Yun, basically had an indifferent attitude. No matter who won or lost, weren't they all the people of Chunyang Palace? It was nothing more than Ho Yun's strength or Yang Chen's strength. They couldn't turn against each other. What did it matter who won or lost? Ho Yun could support thousands of miles of seawater by relying on his physical strength alone, which was already stunning. What kind of achievements could Yang Chen have? Ho Yun, who was in the array, had basically reached his limit. His body began to tremble, and he could no longer support it. Elder Gao also saw this and stopped expanding the scope of the array at the right time, which allowed Ho Yun to catch his breath. In fact, he didn't need to work so hard. As long as he used his spiritual power at the right time, he could still be much more relaxed. He had persisted until now, not necessarily without the intention to explore his own limit. When Ho Yun came out of the array, everyone's eyes were on Yang Chen. Among the people present, except for Zhou Xianying, who could barely be regarded as Yang Chen's woman for the time being, everyone else was from the same sect, but they were not as close as Gao Yugong Sunling and others. Even Zhou Xianying might not have absolute confidence in Yang Chen, even if Yang Chen had done many seemingly impossible things. This had nothing to do with trust or not. The mighty ape king and human beings were two different species, and the starting line was different. Without relying on cultivation, just comparing physical strength, a mighty ape king could beat 10,000 humans. Even if Yang Chen lost, it was not necessarily a shameful thing. Yang Chen strode into the formation. When he just walked in the first step, there was a trace of muscle trembling under his feet that almost no one noticed. This movement was so light and natural that even Elder Gao, who was in charge of operating the formation, did not notice it, let alone the other people who were standing around and watching. However, one of the guy's pupils shrank when he saw Yang Chen's leg tremble slightly. This guy with unique eyesight was the one with the highest cultivation among them, Fatty Jing. The reason why he paid special attention was that Fatty Jing discovered that the inconspicuous bracelet on Yang Chen's hand had always been there. Ever since he was shocked by the huge mouth in the conch underwater mansion, Fatty Jing had been paying attention to the bracelet. Every time Yang Chen made a move, there would be a trace of insignificant force exerted on his arm. It looked very natural, but what was Fatty Jing's cultivation level? He was an expert at the late stage of the Fairy Immortal stage and was close to the peak of the Fairy Immortal stage. When he was constantly paying attention to the bracelet, how could he not notice that trace of abnormality? Fatty Jing could discover the terrifying power contained in that slight abnormality. After observing a few more times, he discovered that the reason why Yang Chen behaved naturally was because Yang Chen's other hand had been playing with a small crystal-clear jade bottle. Fatty Jing, who was paying attention, naturally saw a little more than others. The tiny adjustment that Yang Chen made when he stepped into the formation also made him conclude that whether it was the bracelet or the jade bottle, they might be very great things. Among the people present, Fatty Jing was probably the only cultivator who didn't think that Yang Chen would lose. For some reason, watching Yang Chen enter the formation like this, Fatty Jing seemed to put down a lot of things in his heart. Yang Chen stood where Ho Yun had just stood and then motioned to Elder Gao to start. Elder Gao didn't have the slightest psychological pressure. Anyway, even if Yang Chen lost miserably, it wouldn't shake his position in the hearts of Elder Gao and the other elders, so he boldly started the formation. Everyone's eyes slowly moved along the scale on the long rod. Among them, the most nervous was Ho Yun. He originally thought that there would be a battle, but now it turned into this kind of literary competition, which made him unable to vent some of his anger. However, as long as he could suppress Yang Chen, it could also be regarded as a smoother thought, right? 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. The scale on the long rod had slowly moved to 900 miles, which was only 100 miles away from Ho Yun. Everyone's mood became more and more expectant, and they all wanted to see the real result. Zhou Xianying was a little worried in her heart. She wasn't afraid that Yang Chen was not as good as Ho Yun in terms of strength, but she thought that she was Yang Chen's woman. Seeing Yang Chen lose in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. However, Zhou Xianying was also very clear that it seemed that there was only a gap of 100 miles, but the gap of 100 miles on the periphery was far from comparable to the 100 miles at the beginning. Anyone who had a certain level of attainment in mathematics and geometry was clear about this gap. In the eyes of everyone who was indifferent or concerned, the scale on the long rod slowly moved to a place similar to Ho Yun's. It could be said that at this moment, Yang Chen and Ho Yun were already evenly matched. However, Yang Chen was still different from Ho Yun. When he first reached this position, Ho Yun had already tried his best. His whole body was trembling, and he couldn't hold on any longer. However, Yang Chen was calm and composed, and it seemed that there was still not much change. At this point, everyone basically had an idea in their hearts. Ho Yun lost, but Yang Chen still had strength to spare. After this result, everyone no longer cared about who won and who lost, but they were curious about how much seawater Yang Chen could withstand. Ho Yun also had the same thought. He was now basically accepting this result calmly. After all, Ho Yun had just advanced to the next realm, and he didn't even have time to familiarize himself with it. Yang Chen had reached this realm as early as hundreds of years ago. It was reasonable for him to be a little stronger than Ho Yun. Ho Yun was not afraid of losing. Anyway, he had lost to Yang Chen more than once or twice. What he wanted to know now was how much worse he was compared to Yang Chen. Under the control of Elder Gao, the scale on the long rod continued to move forward. Elder Gao was also afraid of hurting Yang Chen. This time, the scope of the control array was also very slow. It was almost pushed out 1 mile at a time. When it was almost 1,100 miles, Yang Chen felt that it was enough. He took the initiative to signal to Elder Gao and asked him not to expand anymore. From this result, Yang Chen was still a little stronger than Ho Yun, but the strength was limited. Chapter 1742. Yang Chen was far from reaching his limit, but he was not willing to let Ho Yun lose confidence. He entered this realm hundreds of years earlier than Ho Yun, and now he was 100 miles stronger than him, which was a result that everyone could accept. It would not make Ho Yun proud, nor would it make him feel depressed. It could be regarded as a happy situation. In addition to Yang Chen, it was estimated that only Fatty Jing saw some clues. Others were either not completely familiar with Yang Chen, or they felt that it was normal for Yang Chen to beat Ho Yun, and it was also common sense that he did not win by much. After all, Yang Chen, a human, competed with the mighty Ape King in strength, and it was not easy for him to win. Ho Yun was very happy, and he felt that the gap between him and Yang Chen had finally narrowed a lot. If Yang Chen entered the sea reversal strength realm hundreds of years earlier than him, he believed that Ho Yun would be able to cultivate to the same level as Yang Chen, and even surpass it. This greatly increased his confidence, and his motivation to cultivate was even more exuberant. After communicating with Zhou Xianying for this month, Fatty Jing seemed to be no longer the simple Fatty who only knew how to laugh, but a little more scheming. Now that no one said anything about the result, Fatty Jing naturally would not be stupid enough to jump out and criticize. Next, under everyone's curiosity, everyone entered the array to try the feeling of being pressed by the sea. Basically, if they didn't use their spiritual power, no one could withstand 10 miles of seawater. Even Fatty Jing, who had the highest cultivation, couldn't do so. But as long as he was allowed to use spiritual power, Fatty Jing could immediately reach the same level as Yang Chen, and there was no problem with the pressure of 1,100 miles of seawater. This process also made everyone aware of the incredible power of Yang Chen and Ho Yun. Unfortunately, the conditions for the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique were too abnormal. So far, only the old tree demon could meet the conditions by relying on physical strength, But the old tree demon did not want to spend more energy on this body refining technique. When they arrived at the hatred parting sea, it was unreasonable not to linger in the conch underwater mansion. Anyway, now Fatty Jing had almost the best chef there. Everyone rushed to have a big meal. After a simple sit, the head of the palace and several elders got up and rushed back to Chunyang Palace. Tree demon Ho Yun and the other demons stayed in conch underwater residence to communicate. Yang Chen did not return to Chunyang Palace but planned to visit his wives and concubines directly. After sending away the master of the palace, Yang Chen also planned to get up directly. When he was about to leave, Ho Yun couldn't help but clamor, "Yang Chen, you should step up your cultivation, don't let me catch up with you within 100 years. After 100 years, we will compete again." According to Ho Yun's estimation, the gap between himself and Yang Chen was at most 100 years. The emergence of the formation made Ho Yun discover a good way to temper his body refining technique. If he counted the help of Fatty Jing, as long as he cultivated in the formation in the future, he would naturally be able to make rapid progress. Yang Chen had to be distracted with alchemy, and he had to be distracted with the affairs of the sect, which could not be compared with his undistracted cultivation. "Hey!" Without waiting for Yang Chen to answer, Fatty Jing had directly made an unusually contemptuous sound. "Little monkey, if you want to catch up with Yang Chen, wait until you can pick up the bottle in his hand and then dream on." At this time, there were no high-level officials of Chunyang Palace. In addition to Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying, there were only the disciples of Chunyang Palace's Hall of Eccentrics. When they heard the words of Fatty Jing, everyone was surprised. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the bottle in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen did not expect that Fatty Jing would point out his intentions at this time. The others had just understood from Fatty Jing's words that they had made a mistake before, and they were all shocked. Zhou Xianying looked at the small jade bottle handle in Yang Chen's hand in disbelief, showing a shocked expression. "You look down on our monster race too much. Do you think it's a good thing to leave some face for the little monkey?" Jing Hu sneered and put on a real fairy Immortal master's demeanor and lectured, "If I don't let him really understand the gap, he will never have the real motivation to move forward." Ho Yun also reacted, and his eyes immediately shot a scorching gaze, looking at Yang Chen with surprise. To be honest, when he realized that the gap between him and Yang Chen might only be 100 years of cultivation time, he did have a little slack in his heart. Now that he was reminded by Fatty Jing, he realized that it was not so simple. Yang Chen was a little embarrassed. Although his intention was good, this kind of small deception really meant that he underestimated Ho Yun. At this moment, seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, especially Ho Yun with a slight reproach, he also noticed that something was wrong. "Sorry, I have the heart of a villain." Yang Chen immediately admitted his mistake, then directly reached out and put the bottle flat on his hand, indicating that everyone could try it at will. Shi Kuei was the closest, and he reached out to grab it without thinking. Once or twice, the bottle did not move. Even if Shi Kuei used his whole body's spiritual power, the bottle was still as if it was in Yang Chen's hand, motionless. Ho Yun was happy to see the prey. He flew over, pushed Shi Kuei away, grabbed the bottle with both hands and began to shout. In everyone's imagination, even if Ho Yun couldn't pick up the bottle, he should be able to shake it a few times anyway, right? However, no matter how hard Ho Yun tried, the bottle was always in Yang Chen's hand, motionless, and it didn't even shake. To describe it in a more vivid way, it was clearly an ant trying to shake a tree. "I have long suspected that there is something wrong with your bottle." Sure enough, Fatty Jing did not simply expose the secret of Yang Chen's bottle. In fact, what he wanted to do most was to try to see if he could pick up the bottle. Although he did not cultivate the body refining technique, his cultivation base was close to the peak of the sky Immortal stage, so he had to try and not pick it up. Ho Yun was convinced by Fatty Jing. He couldn't even move the other person standing in the same place, so he had to be convinced. Seeing that he was also standing in front of him happily, Ho Yun stepped aside and let Fatty Jing do it. Fatty Jing took a long breath and held the bottle with both hands. He had never despised this little bottle, and at this time, he even used all his strength. The strength close to the peak of the sky immortal stage completely broke out, and he exerted all his strength. Everyone could even see the outline of his bulging muscles under his fat. The bottle shook slightly, and then slowly began to leave Yang Chen's palm. The medicine garden with the bottle containing a sea of water was finally picked up by Fatty Jing. However, Fatty Jing did not last long. After holding on for a while, he finally put it down. Amazing, little monkey, even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you may not be able to pick up this bottle. Fatty Jing directly gave a conclusion. Chapter 1743. Fatty Jing was the only cultivator whose body had withstood Ho Yun's attack. He naturally understood how powerful Ho Yun was. What he said was basically the final conclusion. Zhou Xianying, who had been listening and watching, still couldn't believe what she saw. She thought that Yang Chen being able to defeat Ho Yun was already an anomaly, but she didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns. Zhou Xianying, who couldn't fully believe it, also tried it herself after Fatty Jing. Fairy Soft Note, who was at the early Sky Immortal stage, used all her spiritual power, but the final result was just shaking the pristine jade bottle a few times. This was already the best result. Other than Fatty Jing, no one else could imagine how Yang Chen could still move freely after holding such a heavy pristine jade bottle. The way he lifted it as if it was light was simply subverting everyone's common sense. Ho Yun finally understood that Yang Chen's realm was far higher than his. Even if he had that formation cultivation and Fatty Jing's help, it was still a joke to want to catch up with Yang Chen in 1,000 years. The monster race was a race that advocated strength. Ho Yun was very happy to accept the fact that he was not as good as Yang Chen. Perhaps, as Fatty Jing said, they were not afraid of a big gap, but afraid of a lack of fighting spirit. On this point, human cultivators couldn't compare with the demon race. Humans always had a lot of thoughts, and they weren't as pure as the demon race. If Ho Yun's current experience was placed on an ordinary human cultivator, he would at least be shaken and have the risk of chi deviation. On the contrary, he wasn't as open-minded as the demon race. Perhaps this was the unique conditions that demon race cultivators had in their cultivation. Before Yang Chen left, all the cultivators in Conch Underwater Mansion, including Zhou Xianying, adjusted their mentality and cultivated. Yang Chen still embarked on his journey after all. He didn't know how long the dragon essence could be preserved, so it was important to see his women as soon as possible and share it with them. Of course, Yang Chen would not forget to leave a share for Fatty Jing and Zhou Xianying, but that would at least be after he returned. He hoped that Fatty Jing could improve with Zhou Xianying's help. According to the distance, the first person Yang Chen saw was Shi Shanshan. It had been close to 200 years since she ascended to the spiritual realm, and Shi Shanshan had almost completely adapted to the spiritual pressure in the spiritual realm. It was time for her to gradually enter a good state. Yang Chen came just in time. A series of dragon essence was absorbed into Shi Shanshan's body, directly accelerating the process. In just half a month's time, Shi Shanshan's spiritual power cultivation had entered the 5th stage of the human immortal realm. His spiritual sense cultivation did not fall behind either, rising straight to the 1st stage of the heavenly immortal stage. Speaking of which, among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, other than Tao Junki, whose cultivation was far lower than everyone else's in the beginning and had now far surpassed them, the others were all relatively average. There is such a chance. Do you want to go first, or little Shui? After protecting Shi Shanshan and consuming her dragon essence cultivation, Yang Chen took out the 6th ancient zither. Yang Chen did not hide the secret and told Shi Shanshan everything he could say, and then asked Shi Shanshan for her opinion. Of the 9 ancient zither, Yang Chen has now collected 6. Whether it is for the ancient zither parts refined by the Dragon Clan or for the hidden experts, Yang Chen will definitely not let go of the remaining three. With Yang Chen and Li Qing from the 5 great sects searching together, it is not impossible to collect all 9 ancient zither. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have each gone to unlock the seal of an expert, and now there is an ancient zither in their hands. Yang Chen also hopes that Shi Shanshan or Sun Qingxue will find an expert to accompany them. The only thing to consider is who goes first. Let little Shui go first. Without the slightest hesitation, Shi Shanshan gave the opportunity to Sun Qingxue. I have also reached a critical moment in absorbing the sword qi. With the help of your aura, it seems to have sped up a bit. In the next few decades, don't be distracted. Shi Shanshan absorbed the supreme pure yang sword qi left by Ancestor Lu. The biggest feature of this sword qi is its purity. Shi Shanshan said that she has no time to be distracted, not to deliberately help Sun Qingxue, but the truth. From this point of view, Shi Shanshan is not moved by external things and is single-minded. In the future, it is not without reason that Cold Plum Fairy can dominate the immortal world. Although the opportunity was given to Sun Qingxue first, Shi Shanshan is still very happy. Her husband's love is basically a bowl of water. She believes that even if she gives in to Sun Qingxue today, her husband will work hard to compensate in the future and will not leave her alone. Husband, in another 20 years, it will be 200 years since our ascension. The sect may have some other arrangements. After Shi Shanshan finished this sentence, it seemed that she didn't know how to continue and paused for a long time. What she wanted to say was also the secret of the Green Jade Immortal Island, but she was afraid that saying it would make her husband feel unbalanced, and she didn't know whether to say it or not. It doesn't matter, I will fight for the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen seemed to know what she was going to say, and directly stopped her words. Instead, he carefully exhorted, "But you have to be careful. You are a life and death enemy and you must not show mercy." After pondering for a while, he added, "Just think of it as if you are in the demon continent." "I know, husband." Shi Shanshan's heart was light. Her husband already knew, and he had made corresponding arrangements, so she didn't need to be so hesitant. Shi Shanshan's hesitation before was also because of whether she should tell Yang Chen the secret of the sect or not. Now she finally didn't have to be in such a dilemma. As for how her husband knew, Tao Junkie had ascended for a long time. She should have told Yang Chen, right? Yang Chen didn't think that Shi Shanshan would be so embarrassed. For him, the secret of the 5 major sect in the spiritual world was simply a joke. In fact, as long as the masters of the 5 major sect ascended to the immortal world in the future, who didn't know this? What's more, less than 1,000 years later, the so-called secret would not be a secret at all. Was this worth Shi Shanshan being embarrassed? But Shi Shanshan's intention was worthy of Yang Chen's cherishing. Looking at her, if he didn't stop it, Shi Shanshan would obviously tell him next. Between the sect and her husband, Shi Shanshan still chose her husband. Speaking of it, it was not a particularly big secret. It was nothing more than a good place for the 5 major sect to temper the newly ascended disciples. In other words, not only the 5 major sect, but also several super-sect of the Tao sects and demon sect. Even the monster race didn't know about it, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was not qualified to participate. Chapter 1744. Several super-big sect of Tao sects and demon sects jointly maintain this secret, and the general small sect is not qualified to participate at all. Not only are they not qualified to participate, they are not even qualified to know. Even Shi Shanshan, because of the recent rise in status in the sect, she knew a little bit about it. Yang Chen remembered very clearly that Shi Shanshan was seriously injured in this sect experience, which caused her to spend hundreds of years in vain to heal and delay her cultivation. However, it must be mentioned that after experiencing this experience and experiencing this serious injury and escape from death, Shi Shanshan could be regarded as a real cold plum fairy. But Yang Chen was there. He would definitely not let the experience of Shi Shanshan's serious injury repeat. In fact, after experiencing the experience of the demon continent in the mortal world, Shi Shanshan would no longer relax her vigilance because of her genius cultivation path. As Shi Shanshan said, the experience should be carried out after 200 years of ascension and after thoroughly adapting to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. Now there are still 20 years, so there is no hurry. After Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan got together for a while, they said goodbye to the Green Jade Immortal Island and rushed to the Blue Cloud sect. Sun Qingxue was obviously not as pure as Shi Shanshan in terms of cultivation. At least when her husband came to visit her, Sun Qingxue deliberately stopped her cultivation and accompanied her husband in a big circle in the sect, happy like a little swallow. Husband, after a while, Master will take me to experience, and when the experience is over, I will come to you. Sun Qingxue was also a disciple of a big sect, and they basically reached the same time of experience, so when Sun Qingxue spoke, she was very helpless. Of course, her helplessness was because she couldn't get together with her husband earlier. Compared with Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue was much happier. She was doted on by her master and valued by the sect. She had never suffered any grievances. Her life trajectory was completely different from that of the dancing snow fairy in her previous life. Even when she went out to train, her master would accompany her, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Be careful when the time comes, just think that you are in the demon continent. Yang Chen also did not forget to tell Sun Qingxue. Of course, these words were said after Sun Qingxue had finished cultivating with the help of the dragon essence. Similar to Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue had also reached the 5th stage of the human immortal stage and the 1st stage of the heaven immortal stage. To be honest, this realm was not a little higher than the two women's previous lives. He believed that even without the experience of the demon continent, the two women would not have too much problem. Yang Chen still gave the location of the 6th zither to Sun Qingxue. He also hoped that before joining the sect's training, it would be best for her to unseal that expert. It was much safer to take a supreme mystic immortal expert with her. Next, Yang Chen did not delay along the way. He went to the Qiankuan sect to see Shi Wushuang, and the 5 Elements sect to see the Murong sisters. The dragon essence was given to them, and the 6 women completely completed the process of adapting to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world in a short period of time. Their spiritual power and spiritual awareness cultivation were improved, and they were only waiting for the sect to allow them to cultivate freely before going to meet with Yang Chen. This trip was purely for Yang Chen to give benefits, so that the dragon essence would not be wasted after opening the gourd, so the journey was relatively short, and he would only meet with the women for a short period of time. He personally guarded the women, and after the women finished their cultivation, he would rush to the next place. The earth dragon was now very low-key. As long as it did not move, it would basically not emit the aura of a supreme mystic immortal. Even after visiting the 4 major sects, no one noticed the strangeness of the quaint bracelet on Yang Chen's hand. Of course, all the women saw the bracelet, but none of them asked much. Only Sun Qingxue, when lying in Yang Chen's arms, stretched out her delicate hand and fiddled with it a few times. Then, she acted coquettishly and said that it did not look good. She didn't say anything else. After visiting the 4 major sects, Yang Chen came to the Xiantian sect as usual. Of course, he was here under the guise of seeing his concubine, Tao Junki. Although Yang Chen had killed the disciples of the Xiantian sect, the few heaven immortal experts in the sect owed Yang Chen a prolongation pill. So, they had told the sect not to cause trouble for Yang Chen within 1,000 years. The disciples of the Xiantian sect were proud of their clear distinction between gratitude and hatred, so no one directly caused trouble for Yang Chun. Naturally, only a few people knew the real reason. The dragon essence was naturally given to Tao Junki first. After cultivating for a while, Tao Junki directly advanced from the 7th stage of the human immortal realm to the 8th stage of the human immortal realm. Her divine sense cultivation also went straight to the heaven immortal realm. The speed of her growth stunned Tao Junki herself. If it was not her husband who had brought it, Tao Junki would have suspected that this person had deliberately brought it to harm her. Wasn't he afraid of causing instability in his realm and going berserk by raising his cultivation level in such an unreasonable manner? Tao Junki did not go through the trial of the sect because her cultivation partner was an outsider. However, she already had the right to cultivate freely. She just didn't want to stand out alone, so she didn't always stay with Yang Chun. In recent years, the sect's elderly had been treating Tao Junki very differently. Tao Junki was also very comfortable in the sect. Recently, the sect informed her that they would take her to the sect's secret plane for experience in a few years. It must have something to do with elderly. After telling all this to Yang Chun, Tao Junki didn't realize what was special about this sect's secret plane. Yang Chun was very clear in his heart, but he didn't say much. He just told her to pay attention to her safety. Speaking of which, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters had not participated in the Demon Continent's experience, so Yang Chen's exhortations were a lot more detailed. This made the girls feel very warm in their hearts. At least their husband was particularly concerned about their safety. Otherwise, he would not talk so much, as if they were little girls who had not grown up, and Yang Chun had become a long-winded mother-in-law. After leaving the Xiantian sect, Yang Chun did not directly return to Chunyang Palace, but turned a corner, turned east and west, and disappeared from people's sight. Soon, Yang Chun appeared in a very secret formation, where elderly of the Xiantian sect had been waiting for Yang Chun for a few days. After greeting elderly, Yang Chun immediately offered his own filial piety. Tao Junki's cultivation could not be hidden from the eyes of others, so Yang Chen's filial piety to elderly was also a dragon yuan. Unlike the country bumpkins of Chunyang Palace, elderly, a big shot, was far more knowledgeable than the elders of Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen's wives and concubines, so when Yang Chen mentioned that it was a dragon yuan, elderly was so surprised that he almost forgot himself on the spot. Tao Junki's cultivation suddenly increased, and there was immediately a reasonable explanation. Without saying anything, elderly enjoyed the filial piety from his own grand disciple with a clear conscience, without the slightest doubt. This kind of good thing, Yang Chun did not forget to show filial piety to him, which showed that he recognized him as an elder from the bottom of his heart. Such a good grand disciple who was affectionate and righteous, if he didn't promote and help him, should he take care of those white-eyed wolves? Chapter 1745. Elder Li was an early-stage heaven immortal, and should be at the first rank. With the help of the dragon essence, Elder Li's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds in just 1 month of closed-door cultivation, directly reaching the second rank of the heaven immortal realm. Basically, as long as they used the dragon essence, it was natural for them to increase their cultivation by a small realm. From this point of view, it was a bit of a loss for the women to use the dragon essence at this time. However, there was no other way. Ever since the gourd was opened, the dragon essence had begun to slowly dissipate. Although it dissipated 10,000 times slower than under normal circumstances, it was still dissipating. If they didn't use it, it would only be a waste. Giving Elder Li a portion of the dragon essence was Yang Chen's plan. Otherwise, how could he let one of the core upper echelons of the mysterious heaven sect speak up for him? In any case, with his fabricated identity as Teacher Li's disciple, it was perfectly justifiable to give Elder Li any benefits. Of course, only the upper echelons of the mysterious heaven sect and the core upper echelons knew about this. No one else would have thought that Yang Chun would be in cahoots with the core upper echelons of the mysterious heaven sect. "Grandmaster, this dragon essence is limited, and there is only enough left for one person." When Elderly woke up from his retreat and found that his cultivation base had improved by a small realm, Yang Chen explained with a little fear, "This disciple can't let all the elders have it, so I will only give it to the master ancestor. As for the other elders, this disciple will give it to them with spirit pills." Yang Chen offered the 5-revolution marrow pill with both hands and asked Elderly to pass it to the other elders. For Yang Chen, this pill was just a number and not very precious. However, for Sect Master Wang and the others, whether it was for personal use or as a reward, it was a good thing. Every time Yang Chen came, he had to show his filial piety. Using the 5-revolution marrow pill as a gift was already very good. Elderly naturally understood the principle of not worrying about scarcity. Moreover, he was the only one who enjoyed the good things. His own grand disciple still treated him differently, so he felt very comforted. As for the small matter of not having enough dragon essence, Elderly naturally forgot about it. Didn't he hear his grand disciple say that it was not enough? Even if others asked him about it, he would only say that he had taken the 5-revolution marrow deepening pill. He had never heard anything about the dragon essence. His cultivation had increased in a short period of time, but that was because he had accumulated enough. How could others say anything about it? After encouraging Yang Chen, Elderly began to talk business with Yang Chen. Previously, he had been shocked by the dragon essence. After that, he had started cultivating and hadn't had the chance to talk about the matter. "I'm afraid that the Zhao family has already realized that we've discovered their plot and has begun to retaliate." At the start of the story, Elder Li's expression turned serious. Recently, more than 10 disciples of the sect have been mysteriously killed outside, and we still haven't found the whereabouts of the murderer. A mysterious Heaven sect disciple was killed? Yang Chen did not expect the Zhao family to be so powerful. They immediately brought the flames of war to the mysterious Heaven sect. This was the best news for Yang Chen. Why did Yang Chen drag the Zhao family into this? Firstly, the Zhao family was indeed plotting something, and secondly, the Zhao family would not let Yang Chen off. Yang Chen was happy to see the Zhao family and the mysterious Heaven sect go against each other. "Are you sure it's someone from the Zhao family?" Yang Chen was happy, but he did not show it on his face. His tone was very heavy. "We caught one. It is indeed someone from the Zhao family." Elderly nodded and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, we were too heavy-handed when we attacked, and he died not long after. However, it is definitely someone from the Zhao family." Looking at Yang Chen, Elderly suddenly smiled, turned around and took out something from his Qiankuan bag. When he turned back, there was already an ancient zither in his hand. "We found this on him." Looking at Yang Chen's surprised eyes, Elder Li's heart was indescribably happy. He threw the zither to Yang Chen. "I'll give it to you. Let's see if you can gather a set." Yang Chen could not believe his eyes. Not long ago, he was still discussing with Shi Shanshan about who to give a supreme mystic immortal expert to. In just a few months, Elder Li gave him such a big surprise. This was really an unexpected surprise. Yang Chen never thought of it at first. Looking at them, they want to take Yang Lan away. Elder Li's words were not finished yet. The following was the main point: we only released the news of Yang Lan in a very small range, and they really came to our door. The Zhao family will definitely not be able to escape from the matters of the mortal world. When he said the last sentence, Elder Li already had an obvious hatred. The Zhao family was simply a godly teammate. Yang Chen did not know how to describe the Zhao family's cooperation. He racked his brains to get Yang Lan and the Zhao family involved, but he was worried that there was no evidence. Now, the Zhao family took the initiative to extend this kind of information to the Xiantian sect. Yang Chen did not need to add oil to the fire. The Zhao family and Yang Lan had already been tied together, and they had become the culprits of the Taishaman's annihilation in the mortal world. He did not know what the Zhao family was thinking, but it was probably related to the Xiantian sect's crazy pursuit. As long as it was related to their identity, it could be seen from the attitude of the two Zhao family members. Generally, as long as it was related to their identity, they would be silenced. The Xiantian sect's pursuit must have found some clues. Otherwise, the Zhao family, who had always been hiding behind the scenes, should not be so impulsive. What Yang Chen could not figure out was why those guys wanted to provoke Yang Lan. Could Yang Lan's current appearance be of any help to the Zhao family? Or did the Zhao family learn the main reason why the Xiantian sect dealt with Yang Lan from a certain channel, so they wanted to exchange experience with the culprit behind the scenes? No matter what the Zhao family's purpose was, this was exactly what Yang Chen wanted. Whether it was the Zhao family or Yang Lan, they had now completely become the mortal enemies of the Xiantian sect. In the future, the two sides would only fight to the death, and there would be no other possibility of relief. At least the Xiantian sect would never compromise. The blood feud of the lives of hundreds of thousands of Taishaman disciples and the reputation of the Taishaman could only be washed with the blood of the Zhao family. Such a big thing happened in the Xiantian sect, but Yang Chen did not know anything. It could be imagined that the Xiantian sect was also secretly blocking the news. This was also good. The two families were hiding in the dark and biting each other. The fiercer the fight, the better it was for Yang Chen. The sect has a good place to train, but Chunyang Palace is not qualified yet. After Elder Li introduced the recent events of the Xiantian sect to Yang Chen, he began to remind Yang Chen, training inside is definitely good for your cultivation. Try to use other methods to move the other sect. A few big sect of the demon sect is also fine. Be sure to let the disciples of Chunyang Palace join. Chapter 1746. Elder Li's words were definitely for the sake of Chunyang Palace. The implication was that the mysterious heaven sect had agreed. As long as Yang Chen persuaded the other sects, the disciples of Chunyang Palace would be able to participate in the trial. No matter what, Chunyang Palace was still a reserve sect of the mysterious heaven sect. They were weak and needed strong support. However, they couldn't openly support them and could only use this roundabout method. Elder Li explained the details of the sect's trial to Yang Chen. He even explained the secret trial location of the sect to Yang Chen. His trust in Yang Chen had reached the extreme. His own grand disciple was able to give him something like the dragon essence. Wasn't this enough to explain the problem? Even if Sect Master Li was still alive and ascended to the spiritual realm, wouldn't he be the same? What's more, even if Sect Master Li ascended and had a good thing like the dragon essence, he might not be willing to give it to him. Where did Yang Chen get the dragon essence from? Elder Li would not ask a single question. Yang Chen had always been rumored to find peerless treasures in various books. Even if he didn't, just finding the dragon essence to show filial piety was enough for Elder Li to not need to trace its source. Even if Yang Chen had killed people and set fire to it, Elder Li would stand behind Yang Chen when necessary. Thank you, martial ancestor. Elder Li was giving him benefits, so Yang Chen certainly wouldn't forget to thank him. He also had a plan in mind. Anyway, the secret would no longer be a secret in a few hundred years. It was better to take Ho Yun and the others there to hone themselves. Apart from Yang Chen giving the dragon essence to Elder Li, it was basically the Zhao family attacking the mysterious heaven sect. Everything else was trivial. However, Elder Li supported his own grand disciple and talked about a lot of big and small things. He didn't even shy away from talking about some of his disagreements with other higher-ups in the sect. The reason why he told Yang Chen all this was because he wanted Yang Chen to pay more attention at certain times. The power struggle and internal strife within a large sect were no worse than a small imperial court. There were many factions within the sect, and Yang Chen had already been counted as part of Elder Li's faction. In the future, wouldn't it be a joke if he didn't understand the situation and inadvertently supported the enemy? Speaking of which, Elder Li and sect leader Wang were on the same side. In addition, he was also on the same side as Hall Chief Lu of the Law Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, Hall Chief Lu wouldn't have given Yang Chen the secret identity of a law enforcer. The other core members of the upper echelons thought that the Grand Elder was the leader and could be considered as another faction. In the general direction, everyone had the same interests, but in some internal disputes within the sect, both sides had differences. These things, Elder Li would not easily tell others. Yang Chen was also in contact with him so many times, especially after this time filial piety of the precious dragon Yuan, only then did he choose to tell him. From the bottom of his heart, Elder Li had completely regarded Yang Chen as one of his own. And Yang Chen's act of only giving him the dragon essence was also a disguised form of admitting that he was one of Elder Li's people. That was why he would reveal his secrets this time. Of course, Yang Chen cleverly expressed that he would follow Elder Li's lead. Not only himself, but also the Chunyang Palace behind him. Elder Li smiled and accepted Yang Chen's allegiance. In fact, with the relationship between the two of them, there was no need to do this. However, Yang Chen's gesture made Elder Li's mood a little better for no reason. In Elder Li's view, this trip to meet with Yang Chen was really worth it. He further deepened his relationship with Yang Chen, and then naturally obtained the power of Chunyang Palace behind Yang Chen. Perhaps Chunyang Palace was not worth mentioning now, but Chunyang Palace had such a family background in the mortal world. When the number of masters who ascended increased day by day, their strength would become stronger and stronger in the future. With this strong background, Elder Li's status would only get higher and higher. Even if he went to the heavenly court in the immortal realm, he wouldn't have to worry. The sect is not doing well recently. The support for Chunyang Palace is too strong. For the time being, you should go back and concentrate on your development. Don't worry about anything else. Elder Li gave Yang Chen a batch of precious medicinal materials and elixir recipes for personal use, but he didn't give anything for Chunyang Palace. Of course, Elder Li had enough reasons. Just focus on improving your cultivation. Whether it's the spiritual realm or the connection, as long as your cultivation is improved, you don't have to worry about anything. Yes, Grandmaster. Yang Chen's performance was quite attentive, and he vividly grasped the image of a grand disciple who had received a great favor from the Grandmaster. It's almost time. You should also leave quickly. If you take too long, it will arouse suspicion. Elder Li saw that it was almost time. The effect of this meeting was beyond Elder Li's imagination. Thinking that there was nothing else, he told Yang Chen to leave. The future is long. There will be a day when you bring honor to your ancestors. Yang Chen agreed, and after saluting respectfully, he turned and left. Elder Li watched Yang Chen's back as he left the formation, and then he began to slowly clean up the mess here. He put away the formation and waited to leave with Yang Chen. It had to be said that sometimes there were no signs of accidents happening. When Yang Chen just came out of the formation, he immediately felt that he was firmly stared at by a powerful divine sense. It was powerful because the other party's divine sense was at least at the 6th stage of the Earth Immortal realm. Compared to Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation, it was more than a realm higher. This old man knew that there was something wrong here. As expected, the person who was sneakily using a formation to hide was Grandmaster Yang. My apologies. An unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke, and the words Grandmaster Yang were said loudly and heavily. There was an undisguised sense of mockery, and at the same time, there was a sense of complacency. The elders told us not to touch you easily, and there is no chance in public. The owner of the voice appeared directly in front of Yang Chen. It was an Earth Immortal expert from the mysterious Heaven sect. He looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a fish in a net. Unfortunately, you didn't take the road to heaven and barged into hell. In my mysterious Heaven sect's territory, do you think I won't find you just because you're sneakily using a formation to hide? What are you doing here? If you confess carefully, this old man will consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Perhaps because he was too confident in his own cultivation, the powerful divine sense didn't relax at all while staring at Yang Chen, but his tone was really arrogant. Ai. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head. Sure enough, you didn't take the road to heaven and barged into hell. There are some things that you really shouldn't know. If you were smart, you wouldn't have shown yourself. What a pity! What a pity! What do you mean? The Earth Immortal expert was confused. Why did he say that it was wrong for him to show himself? While he was still in shock, there was a sound of wind behind him. The Earth Immortal expert turned around and saw a big hand appear in front of him. The hand grabbed his face and easily lifted him up. Chapter 1747. There's nothing else for you to do. Go do what you need to do. Elder Li's voice sounded lightly, as if nothing had happened. But as he spoke, his other hand skillfully took off the Earth Immortal expert's Qiankuan bag and threw it at Yang Chen. Yes, Grandmaster. Yang Chen answered and reached out to catch the Qiankuan bag that Elder Li threw over. He looked at the mysterious Heaven Sect disciple who was struggling like a fish out of water again, shook his head helplessly, turned around and left. Grandmaster? Elder Li? Hearing Yang Chen's name, the guy whose face had been grabbed by Elder Li still didn't realize the danger he was in and cried out in surprise. The moment Elder Li appeared, he had already recognized Elder Li's identity. Even when his face was grabbed by Elder Li, this guy didn't clearly understand the situation and thought that he had discovered something extraordinary. However, after he cried out, he realized that something was wrong and immediately closed his mouth. Now, the mysterious Heaven Sect Earth Immortal expert's heart was churning crazily. He suddenly realized that he had discovered a huge secret. Why would the sect tolerate a worldly immortal junior who had killed a disciple of the sect? It turned out that the sect had his grandmaster. This shameless old guy, the spy of Chunyang Palace, actually sat in the core position of the mysterious Heaven Sect's Elder of Training. Then, the series of actions that the mysterious Heaven Sect took against Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace had a suitable explanation. However, the more he understood this, the more his heart sank, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Elder Li was an all-powerful figure in a big sect like the mysterious Heaven Sect. How could he not see through this guy's imagination? Meeting such a top disciple, he also seemed to be extremely helpless. After carefully thinking about it, this guy didn't seem to belong to his side. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being meddlesome. You saw something you shouldn't have seen and thought something you shouldn't have thought about. Elder Li didn't hide his thoughts and said coldly, "The most important thing is that you're not as important as him, so you can only be sacrificed." Hearing Elder Li's voice, the Earth Immortal expert's soul almost left his body. How could he not understand Elder Li's meaning at this time? However, no matter how he struggled, Elder Li's big hand seemed to be made of steel, and he couldn't break free. The big hand also covered his mouth. Other than making a few muffled sounds, there was nothing else. The big hand began to slowly exert force without the slightest pause. The Earth Immortal expert only managed to resist a few times before he could no longer resist the grip of the giant hand. Purring, a 6-yang chief head exploded into a pool of blood. Elder Li withdrew his hand in time, and under the protection of his spiritual power, not a single drop of blood landed on his hand. The headless body of the Earth Immortal expert fell limply to the ground. Even in his death, he still couldn't believe that his sect's core cultivation elder would kill him so easily. Actually, if he was really smart, he would have thought of this long ago when Elder Li took off his Qiankuan bag. You've been relying on your sect's shadow, not using your brain and not taking risk. So what if you become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? He's still trash. Elder Li casually put away the formation flag behind him and looked down at the body on the ground. He casually threw something down and looked around. After making sure there were no flaws, he shook his head and said, The Zhao family is really insatiable. They actually dared to kill a disciple of my mysterious heaven sect in the heart of my mysterious heaven sect. If this can be tolerated, what can't? Looks like it's necessary to dig deeper into the Zhao family. After sighing, Elder Li flew up and hurried back to the sect. There were some things that had to be arranged immediately. Time waits for no man. Yang Chen didn't look back along the way. He didn't need to stay in the same place to guess the guy's fate. That Earth Immortal expert from the Profound Heaven sect wasn't a direct descendant of Elder Li. Secondly, he wasn't smart enough. Thirdly, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. It was already fortunate that his corpse was left intact. However, he did not know how Elder Li would arrange the cause of his death. Whether he would frame the Zhao family or the demon sect would depend on which side Elder Li needed. It had to be said that on this point, Yang Chen and Elder Li's thoughts were exactly the same. However, Yang Chen was happy to see it, and Elder Li was also pushing the boat with the current. It seemed that it was good for both of them, and it was also good for both sects in a certain aspect. That guy, he simply had to die. Regardless of what happened next, Yang Chen went straight to Yin Yang Demon School's territory. Of course, it wasn't the mountain gate of Yin Yang Demon School, but the place where Elder Hai was originally sealed. That place originally had a heaven immortal spirit vein. After Yin Yang Demon School occupied it, it directly built on the foundation of the original small city and became a branch of Yin Yang Demon School. Now, it was presided over by a great elder. Although Madame Fanghua became the youngest elder of the Yin Yang Demon sect in the spiritual world, but after all, her cultivation base was still shallow and she still needed more tempering, so she also had a deputy position in this branch, as long as she still cultivated and adapted to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. With Elder Hai's support, her days were more comfortable than that of the busy great elder. Yang Chen would not forget good things. Lady Fanghua had done a lot for Yang Chen, so naturally, Yang Chen would leave a portion for Lady Fanghua. However, Yang Chen was a little worried now. He did not know how to approach Lady Fanghua. Originally, Lady Fanghua was just a new junior of Yin Yang Demon School. Naturally, she had more freedom. But now that Fanghua was an elder-level character, it was not something that Yang Chen could see if he wanted to. Unless Yang Chen reported his name. However, Yang Chen did not want to expose their relationship. This was a little difficult. Fortunately, Yang Chen still had the mask that Elder Hai gave him. Of the three identities that could be transformed, Yang Chen only used Lu Xiang. There were still two faces that he had not used. Perhaps he could use one of them to get close to her. However, he needed a reasonable reason. Otherwise, it would not be easy for a human immortal junior to request to meet an elder of Yin Yang Demon School. Just as Yang Chen was in a dilemma, Yang Chen was surprised to find that Lady Fanghua had silently appeared in front of him. Moreover, she had already sent the others away. She smiled sweetly at Yang Chen. Elder Hai has already sensed the aura of the mask that he refined. He knows that you are nearby, so this servant has already made arrangements. Lady Fanghua looked at Yang Chen's puzzled face. She wore an extremely happy smile as she jumped into Yang Chen's embrace. Her face was filled with happiness as she explained to Yang Chen. Only then did Yang Chen feel relieved. He thought that he was still thinking of ways to inform Lady Fanghua. He did not expect that Elder Hai's mask would actually have such a use. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Chapter 1748. I have something good for you. Yang Chen hugged Lady Fanghua's elastic body and said with a smile, I was afraid that it would dissipate after a long time, so I specially came over. I also have good news for you. Lady Fanghua buried her head deeply in Yang Chen's neck and smelled the refreshing scent on his body, as if she was intoxicated by it. After Yang Chen finished speaking, she immediately followed with a smile. Is there a convenient place? Yang Chen asked casually. This was the territory of Yin Yang Demon School, so he naturally listened to Lady Fanghua. With old Hai here, it's convenient everywhere. Lady Fanghua replied with a smile, and then said coquettishly, Master, I want to go home and take advantage of Madame's absence to pamper me. Yang Chen smiled slightly and communicated with old Hai. Old Hai's meaning was directly transmitted. Don't worry, this place is already shrouded in an illusion, don't worry. Yang Chen was more at ease with old Hai's guarantee. He looked around and released the Dragon Palace, which transformed into a treehouse. Then, he carried Lady Fanghua and flashed into the Dragon Palace. Lady Fanghua was of the water attribute, so Yang Chen directly brought Lady Fanghua into the Water Dragon Palace. After entering the Water Dragon Palace, Lady Fanghua let go of Yang Chen a little. She stood on the ground and breathed in the abundant spiritual power that was several times denser than outside, with an intoxicated expression. Lady Fanghua had just probed and Yang Chen directly brought her into the Dragon Palace. Obviously, the ladies were not there, so in a sense, Lady Fanghua could be considered the mistress here for the time being. I also want a room here. After feeling the aura, Lady Fanghua put her pretty face on Yang Chen's face and whispered in his ear. There is a room for you. Yang Chen replied without hesitation. In the future, the rooms here will be separated according to the attributes of the 5 elements. The original rooms for Shanshan, Xiaoxue, Ling, Junkie, and Wushuang will be moved to another place. If you want, you can choose Junkie's room first. Really? Lady Fanghua didn't expect that Yang Chen would really agree to her joke. Moreover, he directly gave her Tao Junkie's room, which made her very surprised. There was a room here, which meant that she was one of the family members fully recognized by Yang Chen and Gao Yu. Lady Fanghua never expected that she would have such treatment one day. Unexpectedly, it became a reality when she thought it was a dream. Believe me, there will be more and more rooms in our house. Yang Chen hugged Madame Fanghua's slender waist and motioned her to look at the slightly different color of the Fire Dragon Palace, not far away, not to mention you. Even the apprentices you have received will have their own rooms for each of them. Of course, Lady Fanghua saw the 2 palaces that were very close to each other. She snuggled up to Yang Chen with a face full of happiness. After enjoying for a while, she said faintly, I'm so happy, really. As the dignified elder of Yin Yang Demon School, you shouldn't be so happy just because you have a small room, right? Yang Chen couldn't help but tease Lady Fanghua. This is too embarrassing for Yin Yang Demon School. I'm happy, and it has nothing to do with the sect. Lady Fanghua leaned on Yang Chen happily and didn't care about Yang Chen's teasing. After Yang Chen clearly heard her own words, she added, They are the same. Master. Behind Yang Chen, dozens of people called out in unison. This surprised Yang Chen. He turned around and immediately saw 30 beauties lined up neatly. All of them were looking at Yang Chen with happy and touched expressions. They probably heard what Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua said earlier and knew that they would also have their own rooms here. Lady Fanghua found 30 maidservants for Yang Chen. These maidservants all cultivated the 1,000 glamorous spiritual technique. After they gave themselves to Yang Chen, their hearts were firmly tied to Yang Chen. Because they cultivated late, before Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua ascended, they specially took care of them to train in the mortal world. He didn't expect that all of them had ascended today. The good thing you mentioned, don't tell me they're here? Yang Chen looked at the girls and was delighted. Humans weren't plants and trees. How could Yang Chen not be moved when so many maidservants had their hearts set on Yang Chen? Reuniting after a long time was naturally a joyous occasion. It had been almost 200 years since Yang Chen ascended. With the wonders of the 1,000 glamorous spiritual technique and Yang Chen's outstanding nurturing, their cultivation had long reached the level where they could ascend. However, they remembered Yang Chen's instructions and stubbornly trained in the mortal world for another 100 years before they ascended together. They had just ascended for less than 10 years. With the care of elder Lady Fanghua, they barely managed to integrate into Yin Yang Demon School. They didn't expect Yang Chen to come to them personally. "It's great that all of you are here. I was afraid that this good thing would dissipate and there wouldn't be a share for all of you in the future. Since you're here, let's enjoy it together." Since the dragon essence was starting to dissipate, Yang Chen naturally didn't mind his own people using it. He immediately took out the gourd and instructed them to prepare for seclusion. In the Dragon Palace, there was Elder Hai outside and Yang Chen inside. There was no need to worry about safety. Yang Chen asked Lady Fanghua and the girls to sit in a circle while he sat in the middle. He circulated his qi to force out the dragon essence and sent it to the girls' noses and mouths so that they could absorb it as much as they wanted while cultivating. When the girls heard Yang Chen say that the dragon essence would dissipate, they didn't dare to delay and immediately followed his instructions. If their lover, Yang Chen, said that it was a good thing, then it was definitely a good thing. Since the beginning of the mortal world, Yang Chen was famous for being able to find good things. The girls had never doubted this. This cultivation took more than a month, even longer than the time spent by Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. The girls' cultivation technique was the same. This myriad colors spiritual technique wasn't afraid of impure spiritual power. What was difficult was the state of mind. With Yang Chen by their side, the girls' thoughts were the most clear. With the help of the dragon essence, the effect of one seclusion was comparable to the past 100 years. The improvement of spiritual power was inevitable. Lady Fanghua became a grade 8 human immortal expert, the same level as Tao Junqi, who ascended hundreds of years ago. Her divine sense also rushed to grade 1 heaven immortal. The maids successfully entered the ranks of grade 3 human immortal and their divine sense also reached grade 1 earth immortal. In terms of spiritual power cultivation alone, the 30 beautiful maids had only ascended for less than 10 years and they had already caught up with Yang Chen. This didn't include the impure spiritual power that Yang Chen would bring to them this time. The improvement of their cultivation also made the girls understand that what Yang Chen said was true. This was indeed a good thing that made people envious. Their own sweetheart had good things and did not forget to personally deliver them from thousands of miles away. This kind of affection made the women feel touched. The business was done here. Next, it was time for Yang Chen to understand the lives of the girls. Chapter 1749. Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua had reunited once 100 years ago, so they were familiar with each other's situations. For the past 100 years, Lady Fanghua had improved her cultivation with Elder Hai's help, and she had also improved her status in the sect. She had been living a good life. What surprised Yang Chen was his 30 maids. When they went out to train in the mortal world, they all chose an unexpected location, the palaces of various countries in the mortal world. There was a saying that went, "It's good to train in the palace," but the palaces of various countries were the place where all kinds of conspiracies and plots were prevalent. The disciples of the devil sect were like fish in water when they trained in the palaces. Just a few decades of training in the palaces made the improvement of one's mental state several times better than training in the outside world. What touched Yang Chen the most was that their main purpose in going to the palaces was not to train, but to learn how to serve the emperor in the mortal world. In their hearts, they wanted Yang Chen to enjoy more distinguished and thoughtful service than the emperor. This was their original intention of going to the palaces. As for the improvement of their mental state, it was a pleasant surprise. The dignified Grand Supreme Human Immortal experts of Yin Yang Demon School had turned into ordinary palace maids, sealed their cultivation, and quietly lived in the palaces, learning various skills, cooking, sewing, and making utensils, all so that their lover could enjoy a better life in the future. Even a person with a heart of stone could not help but be moved. As a person involved, Yang Chen felt even more deeply. The thoughts of the girls made Yang Chen feel that it was definitely worth it. Not to mention anything else, just the thoughts of the women made Yang Chen as sweet as drinking honey. Next, Yang Chen truly experienced what it felt like to be an emperor. Although there were only 30 beautiful maids, Compared to the thousands of people in the palaces in the mortal world, they looked very shabby. However, these 30 beautiful maids were all human immortal experts. Not to mention thousands of ordinary people, even 10,000 or 100,000 people could not compare to the 30 of them. In addition, the place they were in right now was no worse than the imperial palace in the mortal world. To put it bluntly, one was the South Sea Dragon King's Water Dragon Palace, and the other was the unknown Fire Dragon Palace. The combination of the two dragon palaces was more powerful than hundreds of palaces in the mortal world. Yang Chun had tasted the delicacies made by Gong Sunling, drunk the wine made by Sun Qingxue, drank the fragrant tea made by Shi Shanshan, and wore the robes made by Gao Yu. However, although these things were exquisite and meticulous, they were all made according to Yang Chen's taste and habit. Not everything was made according to luxury and luxury. Compared to ordinary cultivators, this was already an incomparably luxurious enjoyment. The emperor in the mortal world didn't have much of a cultivation base, but in terms of enjoyment, he wasn't any worse than the Jade Emperor in the immortal world. There were all kinds of rules, it was simply too much for one's eyes to take in. Just the food alone was an eye-opener for Yang Chun. Eating was eating. Yang Chun had eaten delicacies that could make people swallow their tongues, but he had never enjoyed a feast with dozens of dishes. Those dozens of dishes that looked exquisite were really for looking, not for eating. If he couldn't help but move his chopsticks, he would be laughed to death by those fastidious fellows. Next, when it came to eating, there were two maids serving on both sides. Yang Chun didn't even need to move his hands. As long as his eyes looked at a dish, the two maids would naturally take a part and place it in front of Yang Chun and personally deliver it to Yang Chen's mouth. The only thing Yang Chun had to do was to open his mouth and chew and taste. In a meal, on average, a dish that could be eaten would not exceed 3 chopsticks, and would be replaced immediately. They would not stay for long, and the dishes were still being served continuously. According to the introduction of the maid next to him, there would be 108 dishes in each meal, and the best parts would be selected for Yang Chun, and the rest was just the process of enjoyment. The two maids who cooked alone had been imperial chefs for a full 100 years in dozens of imperial palaces in the mortal world. The study of dishes from all over the world was more detailed than that of Gong Sunling. The two masters of the Deshang stage devoted themselves to learning to cook for 100 years. There was almost no dish in the world that they couldn't cook. Not to mention the chef, even the dishes were carefully refined, which could bring out the essence of the color, fragrance and shape of each dish. Jade, porcelain, bamboo, wood, anyway, it was related to the taste of the ingredients of each dish. After the careful refining of the master level, it was exceptionally exquisite. Any plate taken out, it was estimated that it could be regarded as a magic weapon by those cultivators in the mortal world. It took almost more than an hour to eat a meal, and the feeling of eating the delicious food made by Gong Sunling was completely different. It was not that there was a difference in taste. Relatively speaking, Gong Sunling and the two maids were equal. However, Gong Sunling had always been in accordance with Yang Chen's appetite, making the most ordinary dishes the most exquisite, and showing the true meaning in plainness. The strength of the two imperial chefs was in the main dishes, which were extremely luxurious. Whether it was the materials or the techniques, they were the best. The most different feeling was the process of eating. One was a light drink, the other was an imperial banquet. One was to regard Yang Chen as her lover, giving him the most intimate taste. The other was also to regard Yang Chen as her lover, her own master, to give him the enjoyment of an emperor. The difference in origin and starting point gave Yang Chen a completely different taste. During the banquet, there were many wonderful songs and dances by the maids, all carefully rehearsed for Yang Chen's enjoyment. One must know that these were 30 human immortal experts who came from Yin Yang Demon School and cultivated the myriad red spiritual technique. Yin Yang Demon School's specialty, the heavenly demon dance, was used by them, making Yang Chen dizzy. Of course, Yang Chen was purely appreciating it, and only he had the ability to really treat the singing and dancing in the hall as a performance to add to the fun. With this level of singing and dancing, not to mention an emperor in the mortal world, even an ordinary earth immortal expert might not be able to resist the temptation of the heavenly demon dance performed by so many human immortal disciples of Yin Yang Demon School. After the banquet was the bath. Many beauties served Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua. Yang Chen did not even need to move his hands, and he could enjoy the most fragrant service. Such a series of service made Yang Chen so happy that he forgot about his duties. It was no wonder that everyone was willing to be a fatuous emperor who indulged in wine and women. If they could really enjoy this level of enjoyment, it seemed like a good choice to be a fatuous emperor. Even Yang Chen had this kind of feeling. It showed how much these women cared about him. The more it was like this, the more Yang Chen felt the affection these women had for him. Although they were deliberately trained by Lady Fanghua to be like this, now Yang Chen had completely accepted them. Anyway, Yang Chen already had the reputation of having 4 wives and 7 concubines, no, 5 wives and 7 concubines, so what if he had a few more beautiful maids? Chapter 1750. In the territory of Yin Yang Demon School, Yang Chen lived a luxurious life. Every woman in the Dragon Palace was obedient to him and even worshipped him, which was an eye-opener for Yang Chen, who thought he had seen all the prosperity of the mortal world. Cultivators were all devoted to cultivation. Few people would pursue this kind of extreme enjoyment, unless there was no hope of improvement. Sometimes they would give up. But to be honest, ordinary cultivators, no matter how unruly they were, would rarely take the initiative to come into contact with mortal emperors. One had to know that mortal emperors all had great providence on them. If they weren't careful, they could bring about a calamity to cultivators. Ordinary cultivators would avoid them, let alone experience their lives. Consciously experiencing this completely different feeling, Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua had become the local emperor and queen in a small territory. Even Madame Fanghua was not completely an empress, but a concubine who was competing for favor. All kinds of sweet voices were euphemistic. As long as it could please Yang Chen, she would not hesitate to use it. For a whole 10 years, Yang Chen was like a fatuous emperor, lingering in the bushes of flowers, wine pools, and forests of flesh, enjoying himself and forgetting to return. Apart from the bottom of his heart, Yang Chen still kept a trace of the bottom line of cultivation. He let the women do whatever they wanted. In this trip to the Dragon Palace, except that Yang Chen did not experience the kind of power that could cause the world to change with a command, everything else was like a powerful emperor. This kind of emperor state of mind, even in Yang Chen's previous lives, was the first time he had experienced it. What followed was an unprepared spiritual sense improvement for Yang Chen. The process of improvement was very sudden, but it was also within Yang Chen's expectations. The girls wanted to make Yang Chen feel better from the bottom of their hearts. That kind of mentality emerged in Yang Chen's heart like a mirror. Compared with the predicament of being chaste in his previous life, there was no way to go to heaven and no door to the earth. The strong contrast would definitely bring about some changes. He was already a 3rd stage heavenly immortal? Yang Chen didn't even dare to believe himself. Everything was like a dream. But reality told him that he had really advanced by a small realm, and his state of mind felt even more open. Most of the people who claimed to be open-minded were people who had never experienced it before. They didn't understand the true taste of it, so it was easy for them to be so-called open-minded. It was completely different from Yang Chen, who had truly obtained it and then said that he could let it go. The difference between them was like a local tyrant holed up in the countryside and an emperor in the imperial palace. After Yang Chen accepted the 30 maids, he did not forget to teach them the supreme mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra spiritual awareness dual cultivation. The 30 maids were now the same as Yang Chen's other women. All of them were freaks whose spiritual awareness and spiritual power cultivation base were completely out of touch. All of them had reached the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. In this process, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness should theoretically be reduced. After all, even if a person's spiritual awareness cultivation base was high, it would still be somewhat insufficient to distribute it to 30 people. What Yang Chen didn't expect was that his spiritual awareness cultivation base not only did not decrease, but like his own spiritual power, after experiencing the baptism of the 30 maids, it seemed to have been sharpened and became sharper. This was not the same as condensing and purifying, but another kind of sharpening. The more it was used, the more the spiritual awareness would naturally be in sync with the body. The Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra spiritual awareness dual cultivation with the 30 maids was to improve the degree of this compatibility. Out of the idea of being able to get as much as possible, Yang Chen also relied on his strong spiritual awareness cultivation of the 3 purities secret art, and his and the women's spiritual awareness cultivation base far exceeded the spiritual power, so he boldly began to transform the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, so that Yang Chen could carry out spiritual awareness dual cultivation with multiple maids at the same time. Perhaps it was for this reason that his transformation was very smooth. At first, he could only dual cultivate with 2 female maids, then after becoming proficient, the number of people slowly increased, 3, 4. The number of people was growing, and finally, he was able to cultivate with Lady Fanghua plus 30 maids at the same time. After the transformation of the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, the girls also benefited a lot. The difficulty of 2 people working together and more than 30 people maintaining the same mind was on a completely different order of magnitude, and the harvest was also extremely huge. The cultivation method of Yin-Yang Demon School, coming from the demon sect, paid attention to speed, but lost in purity. Originally, when 2 people dual cultivated, only the 2 sides could share and exchange with each other. Some things that were not suitable had to be borne. Now more than 30 people were communicating at the same time. What was not suitable for you may not be suitable for her. Everyone could take the initiative to choose the part that was most suitable for them to share. After having one more choice, the effect was naturally different. In 10 years, the 30 maids not only improved their spiritual awareness cultivation base by more than a big realm, but even their spiritual power cultivation base also improved by a small realm on average, reaching the realm of the 4th grade human immortal. The speed at which his cultivation rose was simply astounding. At this time, Yang Chen was a little embarrassed. Although he was not inferior to anyone in terms of combat effectiveness, even so many people together, they may not be able to beat Yang Chen, but in terms of cultivation base alone, Yang Chen was the worst one, only in the 3rd grade human immortal realm. Fortunately, Yang Chen knew his own situation. After the absorption and fusion of Lady Fanghua and the 30 maids, the purity of his spiritual power had been improved to an incredible level. He believed that even elder brother Li Qing was not necessarily Yang Chen's opponent. Well, it seems that I am the one with the lowest cultivation base. I have to go back and cultivate hard. Calculating the time, Yang Chen finally said goodbye to the women. There was no banquet in the world that did not come to an end. All the women understood this truth. Now was not the time for everyone to stay together. The separation was inevitable. Everyone was a cultivator, so they could see it clearly. After serving Yang Chen for the last time, the women quietly lined up behind Lady Fanghua and watched Yang Chen leave reluctantly. Coming out of the land of gentleness all of a sudden, Yang Chen was really not used to it, but he immediately got out of that state completely. There could be all kinds of different experiences in cultivation, but one could not indulge in it. Yang Chen still had this insight. Yang Chen's goal was Chunyang Palace, to be exact, the conch underwater mansion in the Sea of Hatred. After such a long time, presumably Fairy Soft Sound and Fatty Jing had some insights. It was time for them to enjoy the last remaining dragon essence. It was also considered as fulfilling the promise to Fatty Jing, and at the same time, giving his future woman Fairy Soft Sound some benefits. Chapter 1751. You? What's changed? As soon as Fatty Jing saw Yang Chen, he carefully looked him up and down for a long time before asking with a frown. The person in front of him was still Yang Chen, but he didn't know what had changed. He didn't seem to be Yang Chen. It was really a strange feeling. There's no change. I just cultivated a little. Yang Chen gave Fatty Jing a plausible answer, then smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations, Master Jing Hu, a level 9 Sky Immortal expert. Ah. Hearing that Yang Chen was congratulating him on this matter, Fatty Jing couldn't stop smiling. He laughed so hard that many wrinkles appeared on his face. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Your wife. Just as he said this, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly changed his words. Fairy, that fairy is really amazing. I told her happy things, and she told me unhappy things. She didn't do anything. She just listened to stories and leveled up. This is the first time I leveled up so comfortably. Ha ha ha, I'm an expert now. You have to respect me in the future. Fatty Jing was now a level 9 Sky Immortal expert and was about to step into the peak of the Sky Immortal realm. In the past, Fatty Jing's accumulation was enough. It was just that his cultivation was insufficient, so he was stuck in this realm and couldn't improve. In his previous life, he only improved because he was captured. In this life, he improved just by chatting with Fairy Qinyin. He couldn't help but be proud. Isn't that because of my guidance? On the contrary, being polite and courteous with Fatty Jing made him unhappy. Calling him brother and talking and laughing freely was the right way to go. Yang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the credit. What does it have to do with you? Fatty Jing blurted out a dirty word, not caring about his demeanor as a late Sky Immortal expert. But as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate and added angrily, Your woman, it can be considered a little related. Being forced to admit that his improvement had something to do with Yang Chen made Fatty Jing feel very embarrassed. After all, he was an expert at the 8th stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. How could he not have the help of a human Immortal Junior? You still owe me a favor. Didn't you say that you would give it to me after I raised my cultivation level? Give it to me. Although he was unhappy, Fatty Jing didn't forget to reach out to Yang Chen to ask for benefit, who asked him to not let him have enough fun the first time they met. Why do you think I'm here? Yang Chen snorted and said arrogantly, Lead the way. Let's find a suitable place for you to practice in seclusion. Yang Chen didn't renege on his debt and immediately gave him benefit. Fatty Jing didn't have anything else to say. He could only endure Yang Chen's attitude and obediently brought Yang Chen to the entrance of a house. This is your woman's place. This is mine. The house was divided into two. Fatty Jing wasn't afraid that Yang Chen would misunderstand. He directly pointed to Fairy Qingyin's side and then pointed to his own side. Without waiting for Yang Chen's response, he walked straight in. Yang Chen followed him in and took out the gourd containing the dragon yuan. Fatty Jing found a comfortable position to lie down. This was his own cultivation posture. He only cared about comfort, not the effect. In fact, Fatty Jing's attitude was the correct attitude for cultivation. Cultivation should be a happy thing. Naturally, it was comfortable. Little Monkey and the others have already left. They said that they are going out to gain experience. After Fatty Jing told him where Ho Yun and the others were going, he said impatiently, I'm ready. Let's start. A rich dragon yuan entered Fatty Jing's nose. Fatty Jing was a knowledgeable person and immediately realized that this was a rare opportunity. Without another word, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. He didn't have any precautions against Yang Chen. Ever since he discovered that the bracelet on Yang Chen's hand could kill him even when he was awake, he didn't have any precautions against Yang Chen. After a while, Fatty Jing entered a meditative state. Yang Chen saw that there was nothing for him to do for the time being, so he slowly retreated. Anyway, after Ho Yun and the others left the underwater house, Fairy Qinin should be the only one left here. The chefs lived far away and were very self-conscious. There wouldn't be anyone to disturb them for the time being. This was the right time to meet Zhou Xianying. Zhou Xianying already knew that Yang Chen was coming, but since Fatty Jing appeared first, she was too embarrassed to go out. Seeing Yang Chen walk over, Zhou Xianying awkwardly welcomed Yang Chen into her abode. She even awkwardly helped Yang Chen take off his outer robe and invited him to sit down. Everything seemed very unpracticed. "You're back." Zhou Xianying lowered her head and greeted him. Then, she didn't say anything else. Her face was completely red. Ever since Yang Chen said that he would prepare a new betrothal gift for her, Zhou Xianying didn't know how to face Yang Chen. She didn't know how intimate she should be with Yang Chen. "You're back," Yang Chen replied. After staying with Lady Fanghua and the 30 maids for a long time, he naturally had the aura of a master. Talking to Zhou Xianying was as natural as returning to his own home. This is a rare opportunity. Some things will dissipate very soon. Let's finish our business first. Yang Chen explained and then let Zhou Xianying prepare to go into seclusion. Everything here was ready. Seclusion could be done with just a word. Zhou Xianying didn't say anything more. She brought Yang Chen to the room for seclusion. She sat cross-legged and assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing heaven, waiting for Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen went all out. He activated all the dragon essence in the gourd and sent it to Zhou Xianying's nostrils. There wasn't much left anyway. Zhou Xianying was a heaven immortal, so it was understandable that she needed more. Under the stimulation of the dragon essence, Zhou Xianying quickly entered a meditative state. Only Yang Chen was awake. Under such a situation, Yang Chen should be guarding them. However, since they were in the underwater abode, Yang Chen wasn't worried about his safety. So, he started to study the gourd that contained the dragon essence. Under normal circumstances, the dragon essence would dissipate. However, it didn't dissipate so quickly in this gourd. There must be something inside that could preserve the dragon essence. What Yang Chen wanted to study was this unknown material. With a thought, the gourd in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness magnified countless times, allowing Yang Chen to see it clearly. The refining method of the gourd looked good. However, it was only good at best. It wasn't good enough to preserve the dragon essence. In other words, the preservation of the dragon essence should have nothing to do with the refining method. At the bottom of the gourd, there was a thin layer of thick purple liquid. There was even a little dragon essence aura on it. It should be the thing that preserved the dragon essence. Yang Chen probed it with his spiritual sense. However, he didn't recognize what it was. However, when his spiritual sense probed into the thick liquid, he felt a salivating feeling. It was as if the thick liquid was something delicious. Chapter 1752. That wonderful taste seemed to be able to directly target his spiritual awareness. Yang Chen didn't even taste it, but his spiritual awareness told him how delicious this feeling was. It seemed to be more fragrant than the new tea fried by Shi Shanshan, more mellow than the wine brewed by Sun Qingxue, and more delicious than the dishes made by Gong Sunling. The fatal attraction made Yang Chen unable to extricate himself from it. There was a voice in the dark attracting himself, "Come and have a taste. Come and have a taste." Yang Chen almost couldn't help but follow the mysterious voice and taste the gourd mouth upside down. At the critical moment, his spiritual awareness, which had been tempered by Lady Fanghua and the 30 maids, shook violently and Yang Chen instantly woke up. This feeling was not normal. Yang Chen now had the spiritual awareness of the 3rd grade of the fairy immortal realm, plus he had tasted many delicious food. In front of this purple viscous liquid, he still felt like he was addicted. This feeling was absolutely abnormal. Relying on extraordinary perseverance, Yang Chen dragged his spiritual awareness out of this viscous liquid, sealed the gourd, and dared not try it easily again. What was it? It was so tempting that Yang Chen almost fell for it. Sweeping through the memories in his mind, Yang Chen could not find the answer. Suddenly, Yang Chen's heart moved and Xiao Tian appeared beside Yang Chen in an instant. Perhaps he was having a good time in the Dragon Tower and was summoned by Yang Chen. When he saw that it was not a battle, Xiao Tian was a little unhappy. His two eyes stared straight at Yang Chen and his long body did not move. It looked as if he wanted Yang Chen to give an explanation. What's inside? Yang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He directly opened the mouth of the gourd and aimed it at Xiao Tian, asking him to give him an answer. Xiao Tian had the bloodline of Yazi. This gourd was obviously the work of the Dragon clan. Maybe he could know something. Xiao Tian has been mysterious these years. Since he had the Dragon Pagoda, he had forgotten his favorite to lick the magic weapon and stayed in the Dragon Pagoda every day. Yang Chen knew that the Dragon Pagoda was definitely good for dragons, so he didn't force it. Xiao Tian should have discovered something in the process of merging the two dragon palaces, right? Yang Chen was not wrong at all. Xiao Tian looked at the gourd and plunged into the mouth of the gourd. It looked exactly the same as when Yang Chen was attracted to the viscous liquid at the beginning. But Yang Chen found a little different. Xiao Tian's body twisted more than a fried dough twist. Stop pretending. Tell me what this is. Yang Chen couldn't help but pat Xiao Tian's long body, and then pulled his head off the mouth of the gourd. Xiao Tian was obviously unwilling to leave, and still wanted to lick with his long mouth. It was a pity that Xiao Tian could not break free from the strength of Yang Chen, and was forced to separate. Xiao Tian was very angry, and it seemed that he didn't want to pay attention to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not afraid of his mischief. Could it be that his own monster pet had no way to solve it? Tell me what it is and what it's for, and then we'll split it in half. Yang Chen was very serious about the conditions with Xiao Tian. Otherwise, I can enjoy it alone. This time, Xiao Tian raised his head and looked at Yang Chen. It seemed to be confirming whether Yang Chen was serious. Yang Chen nodded with a very serious expression. Xiao Tian finally confirmed that Yang Chen was not joking. He twisted his body and quickly returned to the Dragon Pagoda. After a while, Xiao Tian came out with a piece of jade slip and put it in Yang Chen's hand. This made Yang Chen very strange. Where did Xiao Tian get the jade slip? It seems that there are still many secrets in the Dragon Pagoda. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Yang Chen immediately explored it with his spiritual awareness. Sure enough, what was recorded on this piece of jade slip was exactly what Yang Chen wanted to know. At first glance, Yang Chen couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The purple viscous liquid was actually the brain marrow of the adult true dragon plus the dragon crystal of the main body, and then the product was refined by the Dragon clan with a certain secret method and integrated into the dragon blood. The Dragon clan named it Dragon Soul Fragrance. An adult dragon could only get this little. Dragon Soul Fragrance was of great use to the Dragon clan. The most powerful point was that it could be used to send the soul. In theory, as long as there was a little bit, after the special refining method of the Dragon clan, it was enough for Xiao Tian to put his own life source primordial spirit in it. Once the main body was damaged or died, it could be resurrected by relying on this life source primordial spirit. This was a unique method of the Dragon clan, which was very precious. In particular, the material itself required the brain marrow and complete dragon crystal and dragon blood of a strong true dragon. This alone was deadly. There was also the refining method of the Dragon clan. Even if a human cultivator like Wang Dongzhu was lucky enough to get the dragon body, it was impossible to refine it. It even had the powerful function of sending the soul, not to mention the trivial matter of preserving the dragon yuan. In fact, the existence of the dragon yuan was actually to nourish the dragon soul fragrance, and not let the dragon soul fragrance lose its vitality. Yang Chen knew what was good and bad. He hurriedly sealed the gourd and put it away. The dragon soul fragrance in front of him reminded Yang Chen of the best quality underworld jade he had obtained in the Languel. After the same unique refining method, the dragon soul fragrance could be entrusted to the life source primordial spirit, but the dragon soul fragrance was much stronger than the underworld jade. The body resurrected by the dragon soul fragrance would not lose any cultivation base. The best quality underworld jade, that is, the resurrected primordial spirit of the dwelling god jade, would be weak for a long time, at least 1,000 years to restore the original cultivation base. Comparing the two, the difference was obvious. Only the Dragon Clan itself dared to use the corpse of the Dragon Clan to do this, and only the Dragon Clan could refine such a magical thing as the Dragon Soul fragrance. This made Yang Chen strongly suspect that the East Sea Dragon King was resurrected in a secret place immediately after being beheaded on the Immortal Executioner stage. He didn't dare to delve into these things at all. The secrets inside were extremely frightening. In the jade slip that Xiao Tian gave to Yang Chen, there were also some methods of refining the dragon soul fragrance in the later stages. Only through this method of refining could it really have the effect of soul attachment. It was obvious that Xiao Tian took out this thing and wanted Yang Chen's help. After all, Xiao Tian was not a real dragon and it was impossible to complete the refining. Of course, another important reason was that refining this dragon soul fragrance required at least 3 kinds of dragon fire, and Yang Chen already had 2 kinds of spirit-devouring dragon fire and purple yang dragon fire in his hands. If he added the white fire seed, which was obviously 1 level higher than all the other fire seeds, he would definitely be competent. Unfortunately, now the dragon soul fragrance was only a shallow layer at the bottom of the gourd. At most, it could only satisfy the use of 4 or 5 Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian and Long Xian were both dragons. If they were counted as old people, it was barely enough. Obviously, it did not meet the requirements of Yang Chen to maximize the utilization. An idea flashed through Yang Chen's mind in an instant. If he used the dragon soul fragrance and the dwelling god jade as raw materials, could he refine a new kind of soul attachment magic weapon? Chapter 1753. The Jade Slip recorded the method of using dragon fire to refine dragon's soul incense. Yang Chen roughly estimated that if he used this method step by step, there shouldn't be a problem. Speaking of which, dragon's soul incense could still be refined as an elixir. In this aspect, Yang Chen had absolute confidence after obtaining the Elder Lord Pill scripture. Yang Chen also had the method to refine dwelling divine jade. After referring to each other, Yang Chen soon had a plan in his mind. Be it dragon soul incense or dwelling divine jade, their basic functions were similar, but the effects were different. However, there was only a small amount of dragon soul incense, but there was a large amount of dwelling divine jade. Yang Chen could learn from them. Perhaps he could use the remaining dragon soul incense and dwelling divine jade to refine a portion of it. The effect would be much better than dwelling divine jade, but it wouldn't be as good as the dragon soul incense. For the time being, Yang Chen had already named this elixir as the spiritual pill. According to Yang Chen's own analysis, the spiritual pill couldn't be like the dragon soul incense that could completely restore one's soul, but it greatly reduced the time needed for a complete recovery compared to dwelling divine jade. If Yang Chen's own estimation wasn't wrong, the spiritual pill could shorten the recovery time of dwelling divine jade from 1,000 years to about 100 years. After the physical body died, the soul wouldn't be destroyed, and after 100 years, it would be restored to its peak. This was simply a great killing tool that cultivators dreamed of. Not to mention 100 years, even 1,000 years of recovery would give one a chance to be reborn. As long as one was a cultivator, they would definitely be willing to do it 100 times. The amount of dragon soul incense on hand was limited, and Yang Chen couldn't obtain it by killing dragons for the time being, so he could only use it sparingly. Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't plan to sell the spiritual pill on a large scale. He only planned to prepare some for the people around him, like Long Yuan. As for other less important people, he could use dwelling divine jade. I'll help you refine a portion of the soul-fostering dragon soul incense. Can you give me the rest? Yang Chen began to discuss with Xiao Tian. Before, they said that it was half and half, but Xiao Tian obviously didn't need that much. With a little more, Yang Chen might be able to refine one more spirit pill, so Yang Chen also braced himself to discuss with Xiao Tian. Fortunately, Xiao Tian only needed one and did not refuse Yang Chen's proposal. However, he still asked Yang Chen to refine the great yin-yang 5 elements sword with the universe treasure nurturing art and put it at the entrance of the Dragon Pagoda so that he could use it at any time. This request was easy to meet, and Yang Chen happily agreed to Xiao Tian's request. Then he immediately began to call out the profound spirit furnace, intending to refine the soul attachment dragon soul fragrance. No matter what, Yang Chen had to refine the dragon soul incense once in order to find the feeling of refinement and the experience of the refining process. As for whether there would be a problem with the lack of a dragon fire, Yang Chen had no doubt about the power of the white fire seed. Anyway, Fatty Jing and Fairy Soft Sound were both in retreat. Yang Chen was not far from Fairy Soft Sound and began to refine the soul attachment dragon soul fragrance. After carefully going through the refining process in his mind and confirming that all the things needed were ready, Yang Chen began to refine. The spirit-devouring dragon fire and the purple yang dragon fire appeared at the same time and began to burn part of the dragon soul incense taken out of the gourd. After a period of time, the white fire seed also participated, and the 3 kinds of fire seeds began to refine the dragon soul incense according to the method recorded on the jade slip of the dragon clan. A series of materials were added in an orderly manner according to the records, and the techniques recorded in the elderly Lord Pill scripture were also used by Yang Chen in the refining process. Soon, Yang Chen saw the correct changes recorded on the jade slip. The fragrance began to spread in the underwater mansion, and even Fatty Jing and Fairy Soft Sound, who were in meditation, couldn't help but sniff. There was such a performance in the unconscious state, the attraction of the Dragon Soul incense could be seen. The Dragon Soul incense has been completed under the early refining of the Dragon Clan, and Yang Chen is now operating the last step and the simplest step. This process, for the current Yang Chen, was not too difficult. Primordial Spirit Blessing. At the appropriate time, Yang Chen began to instruct Xiao Tian, letting him join in. Xiao Tian understood the good and bad, and quickly put his own primordial spirit into the medicinal liquid of the profound spirit furnace, and madly output it. Yang Chen could clearly see the changes of the dragon soul incense with his spiritual awareness. With the exploration of Xiao Tian's primordial spirit, the medicinal liquid of the dragon soul incense began to slowly condense, and soon it turned into a lifelike miniature version of Xiao Tian. This little Xiao Tian was covered in silver, and it was as small as an earthworm. When Yang Chen completed all the steps, Xiao Tian took the little silver dragon in his mouth, and then flew into the dragon tower and closed the door. Yang Chen saw it very clearly. For a while, Xiao Tian seemed to be very tired. He and Xiao Tian were connected, and soon noticed Xiao Tian's current mood. On the one hand it was tired, on the other hand it was really exciting, which made people feel contradictory. Xiao Tian's dragon soul incense had been completed, and Yang Chen himself was a little relieved. If it weren't for his own technique, maybe by the time he could find the master who refined the dragon soul incense, everything would be too late. Without the nourishment of the dragon yuan, the sooner these dragon soul incense were used, the better the effect would be. After having his own dragon soul incense, Xiao Tian obviously had a kind of change with a trump card, and it seemed to be a little different from the previous Loki. It looked a lot more fierce. Perhaps it was because he had an extra life that he had confidence and capital. Next, Yang Chen did not dare to waste time. Without the nourishment of the dragon yuan, Yang Chen was afraid that there would be any changes in the dragon soul incense. After quickly deducing the process of refining the divine pill with the combination of dwelling spirit jade and dragon soul incense in his mind, he began to refine it. In the end, it was still alchemy, and the method of alchemy was also used, but the final finished product was called a pill, but it was completely different from a pill that could be swallowed. Yang Chun had a lot of dwelling spirit jade, and he was not afraid of wasting it. In the refining process of Yang Chen's divine pill, because the dragon soul incense had been preliminarily refined by the dragon clan, it became an important additive to enhance the effect of the dwelling spirit jade, so most of the refining process was concentrated on the dwelling spirit jade, and the last step was to add the dragon soul incense. Every step was carried out according to Yang Chen's ideas, step by step. After the last step was to add the dragon soul incense, the three kinds of dragon fire took turns to fight, especially the white fire seed, plus a lot of merit protection, and the pill was successfully completed. The completed spiritual pills were not in the form of round pills. Instead, they were in the form of miniature pagodas. The small pagoda had a total of 3 layers, corresponding to 3 kinds of dragon fire. If you look closely, each layer of the pagoda was entangled by a dragon, with scales and claws. The pagoda was hollow, as if it could be filled with something. When he used his spiritual awareness, there was a feeling of his spiritual awareness being pulled in, which was very magical. Chapter 1754. Yang Chen used the merit chapter to support the refining all the way. According to Yang Chen's theory, there would be no problem. The current feeling of spiritual awareness being pulled also proved the effect of the divine pills. After refining the dragon soul incense for Xiao Tian, there wasn't much left. This furnace of refined divine pills produced a total of 16 divine pills. Yang Chen added his 5 wives and 7 concubines, that was 13. Including Lady Fanghua, 14, the maids couldn't get a share. In this way there were still 2 left. Long Xian carried the merit for Yang Chen, so he had to leave one for him, so there was only 1 left in the end. After thinking about it, Yang Chen didn't know who to leave it to. There were too many close seniors, it was not appropriate to give one or not, it was best not to let them know. After thinking about it, Yang Chen had a goal. One for big brother Li Qing. If others needed it, they could directly use the dwelling divine jade to refine it. After allocating these divine pills in his mind, Yang Chen no longer worried. He soaked these divine pills in oil and stored them, then quietly waited for Zhou Xianying to finish her retreat. Close at hand, Yang Chen could clearly see the face of the original heavenly zither fairy and the current soft sound fairy. The delicate face was not worse than any of his wives and concubines. Shaving off the surly shell, only the elegant temperament that had been cultivated through years of music cultivation was left. A top figure, coupled with a powerful background, no matter who she married, it was estimated that the kid's ancestors would burn incense. But big brother Li Qing actually so casually instructed her to marry him. Although they hadn't married yet, hadn't consummated the marriage, and hadn't even had the time to inform his wives and concubines, but Yang Chen understood that this heaven's favorite already belonged to him, and it was unlikely that he would find someone else. Thinking about it, Yang Chen was a little proud. His wives and concubines in this life, if placed in his previous life, which one of them wouldn't be a fairy that could shake the immortal world with a stamp of their feet? Now they all became his pillow. As a man, was there anything more fulfilling than this? What are you thinking about? Zhou Xianying's voice suddenly rang out. It was at this moment that she woke up from her closed-door cultivation. After she finished her cultivation, she happened to see Yang Chen smiling as he pondered. I'm wondering what I've done to deserve the favor of so many fairies. Yang Chen replied casually. Then, he raised his head and asked, Did your cultivation level increase? Hearing Yang Chen's initial words, Zhou Xianying couldn't help but feel a little sweet in her heart. Yang Chen still knew what was good for him. When Yang Chen talked about cultivation, Zhou Xianying also became serious. What on earth is this thing that actually allowed me to advance in just 10 short years? The powerful effects of the dragon essence shocked Zhou Xianying. She was also a little worried. Raising my cultivation level so quickly, will it be unstable? Don't worry, Long Yuan won't have those problems. Yang Chen smiled and gave Zhou Xianying a very certain answer. Dragon essence? Zhou Xianying had been in the spiritual realm for many years and had a vast inheritance. Naturally, she knew what dragon essence was and exclaimed softly. Her previous doubts were all dispelled. If it was dragon essence, then there would be no problem. However, she didn't know where Yang Chen found such a good thing. However, when she thought about how many Dharma treasures on Yang Chen had the aura of the dragon clan, it was not surprising that he had some dragon essence. That fatty Jing is really open-minded. How can he face everything with a smile? After saying a few words, Zhou Xianying began to change the topic to fatty Jing. All these years, according to what I've heard from him, there isn't a single unhappy thing. Even when his cultivation level has reached a bottleneck, he still eats and drinks when he needs to. He's so open-minded. A carefree heart and a fat body. Yang Chen replied with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on Zhou Xianying. Being stared at by Yang Chen, Zhou Xianying was a little shy. She lowered her head slightly and said, "All these years, other than cultivating and resting, I've been chatting with Fatty Jing. I'll talk and he'll listen, or he'll talk and I'll listen. Unknowingly, my cultivation level has improved." She was talking about cultivation, but Yang Chen could tell from Zhou Xianying's words that she was indirectly telling him that other than chatting while cultivating, she had no other contact with Fatty Jing. Her cautious manner was nothing like the domineering Granny Tianqin from back then. Zhou Xianying's current situation made Yang Chen want to snicker. However, when he thought about how Zhou Xianying had never been so humble and cautious to others, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity while feeling proud. He couldn't help but reach out to grab Zhou Xianying's small hand and gently hold it. Zhou Xianying's delicate body trembled, and she almost ran out of the door, but she finally held back. The warmth from Yang Chen's big hand and the grip just now made Zhou Xianying's heart feel even more warm. She hadn't experienced this feeling for thousands of years. "Don't worry, I'm here, don't worry." Yang Chen's words made Zhou Xianying have a different feeling. She only felt that the little guy in front of her, whose cultivation level was less than half of hers, gave people an indescribable sense of security. "By the way, you must like this technique." Yang Chen remembered something, reached out, took out a jade slip, and handed it to Zhou Xianying. What was recorded on the jade slip was the body refining technique left by Fairy Chang'e. As long as it was a female cultivator, they would go crazy for it. The surprised expression on Zhou Xianying's face fully showed her love for this body refining technique. After almost reading it with divine sense, she immediately began to cultivate. She didn't care that Yang Chen was beside her and holding her small hand. This scene made Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he didn't let go of Zhou Xianying's small hand. He just felt her delicate skin and smelled the fragrance on her body. He slowly lay down, closed his eyes, and took a comfortable posture to wait. After a long time, a faint sound of a zither sounded in Yang Chen's ears. Yang Chen didn't open his eyes and listened quietly. Two people, one sitting and the other lying, had an indescribable peace and quiet. "Ha ha ha, I have improved again." As soon as the zither finished playing, Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying heard the laughter of Fatty Jing over there. The timing was just right. Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying looked at each other, and there was an indescribable tacit understanding in their hearts. The two smiled at each other, stood up, and walked outside. Fatty Jing couldn't wait to show off in front of Yang Chen, stretching his arms and kicking his legs. When he saw Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying appear together, he suddenly smiled. "Ha ha ha, kid, I am now at the peak of Fairy Immortal, and I am one step away from transcending the tribulation and ascending." With that, Fatty Jing's face turned serious, and he shouted at Yang Chen, "Why don't you flatter me? When I am happy, I will give you a few pointers, and you will enjoy endless benefits for a lifetime. Chapter 1755. He didn't need to speak so formally with Fatty Jing. He could say whatever he wanted to say. It didn't matter how big of a joke he made, especially after he had just advanced to the next realm. He was an expert after all, so he had to have the bearing of an expert, right? Peak of the sky, immortal stage? Yang Chun carefully sized up Fatty Jing and came to this conclusion. Fatty Jing nodded his head proudly. He was very satisfied with his realm. Anyone who reached the late stage of the sky immortal stage would be so proud after advancing 2 small realms in 10 years. However, Fatty Jing quickly realized that he really couldn't be proud in front of Yang Chun because the 2 advancements in realm were inseparable from Yang Chun. Consolidate for a few more years, and you should be able to transcend the tribulation and ascend soon. Yang Chun suggested, then changed the topic. Hurry up and make something good to eat. Ah Ling isn't here, so I can only come here to eat. After being the emperor for a year, Yang Chun found that he had a lot more requirements for his appetite. He really had no appetite for ordinary meals. Although cultivators didn't need to eat at all, Yang Chun didn't want to cultivate himself into that kind of otherworldly state. When he encountered delicious food, he still wanted to savor it. This was exactly what Fatty Jing wanted. After being in seclusion for so long, he hadn't had a good meal. He was the master here, so he immediately went to arrange it. You stay here for the time being and refine that cave abode. Watching Fatty Jing walk away, Yang Chun reminded Zhou Xianying, don't worry about the changes outside, just cultivate in peace. Okay. Zhou Xianying agreed in a low voice. Just as she was about to say something, Yang Chun had already handed her a jade box. This is the divine pill I just refined. Yang Chun smiled and introduced. It's refined from divine jade, and its effect is a little better than divine jade. You know how to use it, right? It was very easy to communicate with someone who had stayed in the spiritual realm for thousands of years. Without Yang Chun saying anything, Zhou Xianying already knew what the inhabiting divine jade could do. When Zhou Xianying heard Yang Chun say that the effect of the spirit-focusing pill was even better than the divine-dwelling jade, even though she was already a heaven immortal expert who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, a trace of astonishment still appeared on her face. However, this bit of surprise quickly disappeared without a trace. Based on Zhou Xianying's understanding, the man in front of her was her future husband. Ever since they were in the mortal realm, miracles would happen every once in a while. An extra spiritual energy pill was really not something worth making a fuss over. Zhou Xianying naturally knew how precious the divine perching jade was. It could be said that the number of divine perching jade in the entire spiritual realm could be counted on one hand. Yang Chun had given him such a big gift without batting an eyelid. Could this be the betrothal gift that Yang Chun had mentioned? Don't worry, deposit your natal primordial spirit, and then place the spirit-focusing pill in a safe place, Yang Chun instructed. Actually, what he said was nonsense. How could someone who knew about the divine perching jade not know what to do? Keep it with you. After experiencing so much, Zhou Xianying already had a sense of security and trust towards Yang Chun. She immediately made a decision. However, he could not help but feel a sense of warmth from being cared for. This was something that he had felt many times in the past few days. Depositing the natal primordial spirit was very simple. He just had to insert his consciousness into the spiritual energy pill. In a short while, Zhou Xianying completed this process. The spiritual energy pill that contained Zhou Xianying's natal primordial spirit was also handed over to Yang Chun. Yang Chun kept it very solemnly. This was Zhou Xianying's other life. Since she could entrust her life to him, there was no need for any more words between the two of them. Fatty Jing's side quickly prepared a delicious meal. In the conch underwater palace, the 3 of them were very relaxed, and they ate heartily. However, even though she was enjoying her meal, Zhou Xianying's movements were still as tranquil as ever. It was a delightful sight to behold. In addition to appreciating it, Yang Chen sometimes couldn't help but think of Zhou Xianying's father in the immortal world. How could such a beauty bear to let her be like Granny Tianqin? Although the intention was good, it was really a little cruel to a woman who loved beauty as much as her life. Fatty Jing was also an important figure in Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chen was not stingy in using good things to rope him in. The previous chefs and food were at most catered to his preferences when they first became friends. Now that he took out the divine perching jade, it was a huge gift. Although Fatty Jing looked simple and honest, his heart was as clear as a mirror. When Yang Chen gave him a piece of divine perching jade, that was enough for him to deposit his primordial spirit and the refining method of divine perching jade, Fatty Jing knew that his room that could trigger the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world could not be kept. Fortunately, it was given to Yang Chen, a friend who was to his liking. Fatty Jing did not feel reluctant at all. That room is still under your care, it's safe. After Fatty Jing expressed his intention to give that room to Yang Chen did not refuse, but he did not take it away on the spot. Just leave it when you ascend. In addition, Ying still needs to be taken care of by you, don't blame me for disturbing you. Before leaving, Yang Chen did not forget to let Fatty Jing take care of Zhou Xianying. Fatty Jing patted his chest to guarantee that Zhou Xianying would not be wronged here. Zhou Xianying, who was next to him, heard that Yang Chen had changed to call her Ying, and she had already lowered her head with a red face. This trip to the conch underwater mansion was really comfortable. None of the things that should be done were missed, and there were more than a dozen divine perching pills. It could be said that it was more than enough. Yang Chen went straight to Long Xian's place in a good mood. He handed another divine perching pill to him and let him deposit his primordial spirit. Together with the one he used, he gave it to Xiao Tian. Hide the good things in the dragon tower. Yang Chen gave the divine perching pill to Xiao Tian because he wanted him to keep them in the dragon tower. That dragon tower could not be entered except for the dragon, so it was relatively the safest place. Originally, Yang Chen himself had the divine sense and the immortal body of the three purities secret art, so he didn't have to consider the divine perching pill. However, when he thought that even if he had the immortal body, it would still take a lot of time for him to recultivate and ascend. It was better to put a divine perching pill in the spiritual world as insurance, so he simply used one himself. Next, Yang Chen's plan was to first introduce a little divine perching jade at the auction, and then attract the attention of the major sect. Yang Chen could then discuss the matter of the training place with them. Yang Chen still had a lot of divine perching jade. If he released a little in moderation, he could increase his power to deal with the devil tribulation in the future, and Chunyang Palace could also win more time to develop in the rear. With this goal in mind, Yang Chen went straight to the Sunset Rock and planned to ask Elder Wu Xiong to arrange the auction. He believed that the news of the appearance of divine perching jade would definitely set off another wave of buying frenzy in the spiritual world, and it would not be inferior to the 4th and 5th grade Yunji pill. Chapter 1756. What? A disciple of Chunyang Palace was attacked in Mount Shiping? Yang Chen and Elder Wu Xiong met. Before he could talk about the dwelling spirit jade, Elder Wu Xiong told him the news. Wanbao Tower took over the property of the original Blessing Gathering House, and its branches were almost all over the world. The original friends of Lanning were the ones who really wanted to settle down. Now, after a series of training and expressing their loyalty to Chunyang Palace, they had been assigned to guard the place. The entire Wanbao Tower was united, and it could be regarded as a large intelligence organization. Some things were known very quickly. The news had just reached the headquarters of Wanbao Tower. Elder Wu Xiong had just received it and was about to send it to Chunyang Palace when Yang Chen came. Wu Xiong did not neglect and immediately told the news to Yang Chen. Mount Shiping was where the courtyards of the 5 sect were located. Someone actually attacked a disciple of Chunyang Palace here. The disciple who was attacked was not from Chunyang Palace in the mortal world, but a rogue cultivator who joined 100 years ago. Perhaps it was done by a former enemy, but to do it within the scope of Mount Sheeping, wasn't it too disrespectful to the people of the Five Sect? Was it just a simple revenge? Or was it a conscious test? It should be known that dozens of fairy immortal elders of the Five Sect had promised to keep Chunyang Palace safe for 1,000 years. In addition to this kind of thing, it could not be ruled out that some people wanted to do something to Chunyang Palace, but they were afraid of those fairy immortal masters, so they made a small test. Anyway, it was not aimed at the mountain gate and industry of Chunyang Palace, but only at a small fairy immortal disciple. If no one responded to this, then they could use this method to slowly attack Chunyang Palace. What was the purpose of doing this? Were they not afraid of angering the fairy immortal masters of the Five Sect who had made a promise? Yang Chen's mind was in turmoil, thinking about the impact of this matter. What about the disciple who was attacked? While many thoughts were running through his mind, Yang Chen directly asked about the disciple's safety. He was seriously injured and was rescued by the disciples of the Green Jade, Immortal Island, who passed by and temporarily saved his life. Elder Wu Xiong's tone was normal. He calmly narrated, "He will be sent back to Chunyang Palace in a few days. The treatment is up to you." As long as he wasn't dead, there was hope. Yang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Do you know who did it?" This time, Wu Xiong directly shook his head. There was still no news of the culprit. Perhaps he could find out something from the injured disciple. However, no matter what, making a move on Mount Sheeping, a place where the Five Great Sect resided, made people feel that there was a deeper meaning to it. The dozens of fairy immortals of the Five Great Sects had indeed promised to ensure the safety of Chunyang Palace for 1,000 years, but they did not promise that no human immortal disciple would be injured, did they? Could it be that if any disciple of Chunyang Palace was injured or had discord with outsiders, these fairy immortals would have to come forward? Yang Chen suspected that those who made the move were testing the bottom line of the Five Great Sect to protect Chunyang Palace. As long as they knew their attitude, they could make corresponding arrangements. Once the people of the Five Great Sect did not care about this kind of trivial matter, then some forces could probably secretly make arrangements in Linyang River. When the time came, they would launch a blow to Chunyang Palace. It was not necessarily a life-and-death enemy. There was a great possibility that Yang Chen guessed it was because of interest. In just 200 years of preaching, Chunyang Palace had accumulated such a family property. No matter which force it was placed in, even if it was the Xiantian sect, this wealth was a wealth that could not be ignored. At that time, if they couldn't grab the big head, they wouldn't be able to eat the meat. It was estimated that they could get some soup to drink. Or it would be the revenge of the Zhao family. The Zhao family had already begun to take action against the Xiantian sect. He didn't know what the other sect would do, but if the Zhao family wanted to take action, there was no reason for them to let go of Chunyang Palace. However, this was not a possibility for the time being. If the Zhao family wanted to take action, it was estimated that they would not leave anyone alive. Seeing that Yang Chen was lost in thought, Elder Wu Xiong did not disturb him. He sat quietly and waited for Yang Chen to make a decision. After a while, Yang Chen couldn't help laughing. No matter who it was, he was going to release the Netherworld Jade. As long as the news spread, it was unknown how many people would want to curry favor with Chunyang Palace. No matter who did it, they could not escape death. He believed that there would be thousands of fairy immortals who wanted to use the heads of those who had evil intentions against Chunyang Palace to please Chunyang Palace. They chose to take action at this time. Their luck was not ordinary. Elder Wu released the news of an auction. Yang Chen immediately made a decision and said to Elder Wu, "Say that there is a piece of top-grade Netherworld Jade weighing more than half a kilogram. It will be auctioned in a month." Top-grade Netherworld Jade? Elder Wu Xiong frowned when he heard this. Obviously, he was not knowledgeable enough. Until now, he had not realized what the top-grade netherworld jade meant. However, Elder Wu Xiong had heard that something that even ordinary people in the mortal world did not want would be auctioned here? Was this a joke? However, Elder Wu Xiong also knew that Yang Chen was not a person who spoke without thinking. After being surprised for a moment, he immediately sent someone to make arrangements. After the arrangements were made, he began to ask about the mystery of this thing and the purpose of auctioning it at this time. Just wait and see. Soon, someone will bring the head of the guy who did it and even the whole family to take credit. Yang Chen did not explain very clearly. He just said such a sentence that made Elder Wu confused for a long time. Was the top-grade netherworld jade so magical? Next, people's reaction directly made Elder Wu Xiong's question even more puzzled. As soon as the news was released, at least 90% of the people in Sunset Rock were indifferent after hearing it. There were even a few human immortals who did not know the depth of the matter. Who would want this kind of smelly jade? Could it be that it was specially sold to those fiendish cultivators who refined corpses? The higher-ups of all the big shops were all shocked. Without saying a word, they immediately sent the news back to the sect for the sect to make a decision. As for themselves, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of strangeness. All their attention was focused on Wanbao Tower. Some people began to secretly ask about the origin of the netherworld jade. Elder Wu Xiong could naturally feel this strange atmosphere, but he still could not understand it. Fortunately, Elder Wu Xiong was not an ordinary person. While he was on patrol, he began to ask about the use of the top-grade netherworld jade from various channels. How could Yang Chen be so confident about this kind of smelly stone that even mortals would not care about? If the Myriad Treasure Tower wanted to inquire about something, that was really not something very difficult. Soon, Elder Wu Xiong received an explanation about the top-grade netherworld jade. After reading it, Elder Wu Xiong did not say a word for a long time. Reality was too crazy. Trash that mortals abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes was actually a treasure that could not be snatched in the spiritual realm. If he had known this earlier, he would have found some netherworld jade before he ascended. He would not have regretted digging until the end of time. Chapter 1757. Those who didn't understand still couldn't understand. Was a small piece of netherworld jade worth being auctioned? It seemed that only the 4th Revolution Marrow Cleansing Pill and the 5th Revolution Appearance Pill were worth buying in the auction of the Sunset Rock Wanbao Tower. The other items were not worth buying at all. Those who understood were worried about how many spirit stones would be needed to buy this piece of netherworld jade that weighed a little more than half a kilogram. No one was a fool. How could such a good item, which was so rare in the entire spiritual realm, be bought with mere spirit stones? Using magic treasures to exchange for it? What grade of magic treasure? How many would be needed to buy it? Spirit pill? How many 7th Revolution pills would be needed to get it? Those who were tempted were so worried that their hair had turned white. How many people would have to fight for it before they could win it? The key was that if they couldn't estimate its value, they wouldn't be able to get it. How much was your life worth? How many spirit stones? How many magic treasures? How many spirit medicines? It was the divine perching jade. A piece weighing more than half a kilogram was enough to store the natal divine sense of a heaven immortal expert. With this, they wouldn't be afraid to go through a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. With just this backing, how many more things could he do and how many more treasures could he snatch? Not being afraid of death was only one of the most basic functions of the divine perching jade. Another function that couldn't be ignored was the confidence brought by having a backup plan. Every cultivator knew the meaning of mental cultivation. With the divine perching jade, they wouldn't be afraid of any dangerous attempts. They wouldn't be afraid even if they failed to break through to a certain realm. In many things, the more afraid they were, the less confident they would be, and the lower the success rate would be. With enough confidence, the success rate of breaking through to a new realm would be much higher than others. The benefits were simply innumerable. As long as they remembered the most important point, it would be enough to give them another life. With a life, everything would be possible. While countless people were worrying about what price to pay to get this divine perching jade, a large group of people were pondering about the origin of this divine perching jade. If an ordinary cultivator had a piece of divine perching jade, would he take it out to exchange for some spirit stones or magic treasures? 9 out of 10 people would be unable to answer this question. No matter how tired he was right now, there was no need to exchange his life for these worldly possessions, right? Under what circumstances would he be willing to auction off a piece of dwelling divine jade? Putting themselves in their shoes, many people would naturally come to the conclusion that they would only take out one piece to exchange for other benefits when they had at least 2 or more pieces in their hands. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. Some people liked to take the righteous path, such as collecting their family's wealth to participate in auctions. Some people liked to take the unorthodox path, such as robbing others without spending their own money. Since they had guessed this possibility, everyone began to target the owner of the dwelling soul jade. Yang Chen was the first person suspected of being the owner of the dwelling soul jade. Many people could prove that shortly after Yang Chen arrived at the Sunset Rock that day, Wanbao Tower released the news that it was going to auction the dwelling soul jade. Whether it was the relationship between Yang Chen and Wanbao Tower or Yang Chen's previous habits of doing things, there was a 90% chance that Yang Chen was the owner of the dwelling soul jade. As soon as this conclusion came out, many people were dumbfounded. They might not be afraid to deal with an earth immortal or even a human immortal, but once the owner was Yang Chen, everyone was a little afraid. As the 5th-grade alchemist with the highest level of alchemy and the owner of the prolonging life pill, what Yang Chen had done in just 200 years was enough for many people to look at him in a different light. No one would say anything if he secretly dealt with other people in Chunyang Palace, but if he dared to touch Yang Chen, it would be like eating arsenic. In fact, the first thing the 5 great sects did after receiving the news was to discuss it with the higher-up. They didn't even have to doubt that this was the rumor released by Yang Chen, and the dwelling soul jade must be provided by Yang Chen. If they didn't believe it, they could just ask Yang Chen's disciples to come over and ask them. Dwelling soul jade? What is that? Sun Qingxue was confused and didn't know what the dwelling soul jade was. It's the best quality netherworld jade. Elder Hua Wanting knew a little earlier than Sun Qingxue and explained to Sun Qingxue in front of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. Oh, it's those smelly jade stones. Sun Qingxue's face was suddenly enlightened, and then she replied without scheming, "My husband has it. That year, when we went to the Langyu Well to cultivate, we found a netherworld jade vein. We all thought it was smelly, so it took my husband a few months to dig it out. It's all with him." It seemed that Sun Qingxue didn't hide anything from the elders, but in fact, everything was told by Yang Chen before. Once Yang Chen released the netherworld jade, the sect would definitely ask them about the netherworld jade. They just needed to tell them directly at this time. Sun Qingxue was not a fool. Since the higher-ups of the sect asked this, of course, she understood that her husband must have made some moves. How could she not speak for her husband? When they heard that Sun Qingxue didn't care about those stones because they smelled, and Yang Chen monopolized all the netherworld jade, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect hated that they couldn't beat their heads to the ground. How could such a thing happen? It was just a little smell. Would they die if they endured it for a while? But on the other hand, when they were in the mortal world, it wasn't like they hadn't encountered netherworld jade. Didn't everyone ignore it because it didn't taste good and it was useless? Otherwise, how could there be so little netherworld jade in the spiritual realm? A whole load, even a peak Yuanying stage master like Yang Chen had to dig for a few months to finish it. How much dwelling divine jade did Yang Chen have? Those who heard the news were truly on the verge of going crazy. The only good news was that Yang Chen's other wives and concubines all didn't take action because of the smell of the netherworld jade. All the netherworld jade was in Yang Chen's hands. If their sect didn't have it, the other sect didn't have it either. This also meant that this large batch of netherworld jade was exclusively supplied by Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. What should we do next? The higher-ups let Sun Qingshu leave, and then everyone began to discuss countermeasures. Let little Shui go to Chunyang Palace. With her, Yang Chen will be much easier to talk to. Sect Master Lu in the mortal world directly proposed to let Sun Qingshu come forward. This proposal was unanimously agreed by the other higher-ups. When the news spreads, I believe that many people will have bad intentions. The elder of Chuan Gong of the Blue Cloud sect then suggested, Yang Chen didn't release it earlier or later, but at this time. Check what happened recently. If anyone has offended the people of Chunyang Palace, bring their heads as a gift. Chapter 1758. The Blue Cloud sect was like this, the Green Jade Immortal Island was the same, the Five Elements sect and the Qiankuan sect's decision was exactly the same. Without saying anything, she immediately sent her female disciple to find her husband, and then sent another person to kill all the guys who were hostile to the Pure Yang Palace within 20,000 miles of the Sheeping Mountain, outside the Sunset Rock, and kill them and bring their heads to the door. The senior officials of the Xiantian sect were different from other sections. After knowing that it was Yang Chen who released the underworld jade, two elders were slightly dissatisfied. With such a good thing, why didn't he say it was filial piety at the beginning? Maybe he thought it was just the underworld jade at the beginning, but he didn't know it was the dwelling god jade. Not long ago, he learned the effect of the dwelling god jade. Elder Li certainly had to speak for Yang Chen. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if Yang Chen was misunderstood by other senior officials. Don't say that he is a Chunyang Palace that has no inheritance in the spiritual realm. Right now, 80% of the cultivators in the spiritual realm probably don't know about the dwelling god jade. This was the truth. Most cultivators really didn't know about the dwelling god jade until they ascended or died. Which cultivator who had the dwelling god jade didn't hide it tightly for fear that others would know? How could Yang Chen publicize it like this? I believe that it won't be long before our sect will have another batch of dwelling god jade. Elder Li went on to say, Yang Chen now released this dwelling god jade. He must have a request, but he doesn't want to expose his relationship with the sect. Let's send someone over and listen to what he wants. Everyone thought it made sense. Yang Chen seemed to have never given them less filial piety, so he should have just learned about the effect of the dwelling god jade. They called Tao Junkie over and asked. Sure enough, Yang Chen had a lot of dwelling god jade in his hands, and Tao Junkie, a disciple who was close to the Earth Immortal stage, still didn't know that the best quality underworld jade was the dwelling god jade. Tao Junkie's performance also showed that Elder Li's explanation was correct. Even the official disciple of the Black Heaven sect, Tao Junkie, who was about to reach the Earth Immortal stage, didn't know about the perching soul jade. It was understandable that Yang Chen had only just found out about it. Let's find out all the troubles of Chunyang Palace recently. It is estimated that other sect will also take action. Our sect should be more ruthless and completely sweep away some troubles for Chunyang Palace. After accepting Elder Li's explanation, Yang Chen was once again a disciple that needed strong support. Since he was going to make a move, why not clean it up a little? The cultivators in the sect within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around the Sunset Rock were alarmed to find that the five great sects of the Tao sects had become much more overbearing in recent days. If they were not careful, they would attract the attention of experts. Some unscrupulous fellows were directly killed without even a chance to explain. When Yang Chen saw the injured disciple of Chunyang Palace who was attacked, the heads of the two cultivators who attacked him were immediately sent to the Wanbao Tower. On the third day, the small sect that the two cultivators belonged to was completely uprooted. There were more than 100 people in the sect, and no one was left alive. It was the people of the Five Elements sect who had saved the disciple. The Five Elements sect directly spread the word that this was what their elder had promised to Chunyang Palace. If anyone dared to have any evil intentions towards Chunyang Palace in the territory of Chunyang Palace and within the scope of Sheeping Mountain, they would be killed without hesitation. The sect that was killed was an example. Not only the Five Elements sect, but the Qiankuan sect also sent a large number of heads over. All of them were people who wanted to have bad ideas after hearing about the appearance of the perching soul jade. A row of bloody 6 sons' chief heads and a cold and merciless warning caused all those who had ill intentions to shudder in fear. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect also did not fall behind. There were a lot of heads, plus these people's original magic treasures and wealth. In addition, they jointly declared that if they wanted the perching soul jade, they should honestly compete in the auction house. If they dared to have any bad ideas, they would be exterminated. The Xiantian sect did not say these words. Everyone knew that some of the fairy immortal masters of the Xiantian sect were actually forced to accept Yang Chen's condition of protecting Chunyang Palace for 1,000 years. With the fact that Yang Chen had killed the disciples of the Xiantian sect had kept its promise by not exterminating Chunyang Palace on the spot. In this matter, it might be a bit difficult to count on the Xiantian sect to make a statement. However, it was the Xiantian sect that surprised everyone the most. It was also the Xiantian sect that made the most ruthless move. The other 4 major sects only killed those who had made a move on the disciples of Chunyang Palace or those who had plans to do so in the near future. The Xiantian sect plowed through all the sects within tens of thousands of miles around Sheeping Mountain, which were rumored to have disagreements with Chunyang Palace. It was so that no one would have the idea of robbing the perching soul jade from Chunyang Palace. The 5 major sects acted together, which scared countless people, but it also gave everyone a piece of news. That was, the perching soul jade belonged to Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. If they wanted the perching soul jade, they should honestly go to the auction house to bid. Don't play some private tricks. As for robbing the perching soul jade, don't even think about it. Didn't you see that there were only a few people left in the sect? Who didn't want to live and wanted to fight against the 5 major sects at the same time. The Xiantian sect was destroyed in the mortal world, but the spiritual realm was still the biggest Taoist sect. Didn't you see how ruthless they were when they acted? He was venting his resentment for the extermination of the mortal world on these unlucky fellows. Whoever didn't open his eyes at this time was courting death, and no one would sympathize with him. Elder Wu Xiong had a thorough understanding of Yang Chen's power. When he was in the mortal world, he ascended early and only saw Yang Chen's alchemy skills. Only now did he realize how terrifying Yang Chen's influence was. The disciples of Chunyang Palace had just been seriously injured, but Yang Chen didn't even do anything. He just released the news. Only a few days later, someone brought the heads of the people who did it to him. This kind of comfortable feeling could only be described with the word cool. Even when Elder Wu Xiong was in the mortal world and faced the 5 major sects, he had never had such a tough moment. Now that he followed Yang Chen, he finally enjoyed it. It was simply refreshing from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. It was so cool. Yang Chen himself had rushed back to Chunyang Palace leisurely and reported to the elders what he had done over the years. After letting them be mentally prepared, several core elders each presented a piece of perching soul jade the same size as the netherworld jade that was auctioned, and also gave them the refining method. It wasn't that Yang Chen was lazy and didn't refine it for the elders. It was best to refine the perching soul jade himself. On the one hand, it was to avoid others suspecting that the refiner had tampered with it. On the other hand, the one refined by himself was the most compatible with his own primordial spirit. Thirdly, it was Yang Chen's consideration. He couldn't let the elders feel that they couldn't do anything without him, right? Chapter 1759. After returning to the sect, Yang Chen was waiting for the people from the 5 sects to come to him. In fact, not only the 5 sects, but also those sects that the Devil Gate, Monster Race, and Individual Cultivators Alliance had cooperated with in the mortal world would definitely come to him. Yang Chen would release a batch of inhabiting God Jade, but not a lot. As long as he could ensure that each senior member of the sect could have one, and a small group of outstanding or important disciples could have one, it would be enough. If he released too many, he believed that even if the sect wanted it, it would not be able to pay the price. However, Wanbao Tower would supply it intermittently in the future, maintaining a long-term opportunity for cultivators to get inhabiting God Jade. In this way, whether it was the business of Chunyang Palace or the development of the sect, it could have a long-term stable development period. Treasures like the perching divine jade would definitely attract the covetous eyes of certain people. However, as long as the Devil Gate, Monster Race, and Individual Cultivators Alliance did not take action, the small sect would not dare to take action easily. This time, the Taoist sect's sweep was a lesson for many people with bad intentions. Before taking action, they always had to think about whether it was worth it to offend so many big sects. As for the sect itself, it knew that this kind of thing could not be monopolized, and Yang Chen's attitude was very clear that as long as they paid the right price, they could get it. So, why would they do such a treacherous thing and become the target of public criticism? The Taishanmen in the mortal world had done too much. The end of the sect was still in front of them, and no one would make a wrong choice. As Yang Chen expected, the people from the 5 sects came quickly. The day before the Wanbao Tower auctioned the inhabiting God Jade, Yang Chen's wives and concubines arrived together. Naturally, the representatives of their respective sects also accompanied them. However, at first, no one talked about the inhabiting God Jade. They just settled down under the guise of visiting each other in the sect. The people in Chunyang Palace also knew very well that they had to see the auction price of the inhabiting God Jade in Wanbao Tower. With that price as a reference, they could discuss the next cooperation. When the husband and wife met, it was naturally another round of intimacy. Yang Chen had already prepared the spirit pills for everyone. During the waiting time, everyone left their own life source primordial spirit and let Xiao Tian put it in the Dragon Tower. At this point, except for Gao Yugong's Sunling and Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen's wives and concubines had left their natal primordial spirits behind, so their lives were protected. Yang Chen had also given Shi Shanshan the location and the method of unsealing the masters recorded on the 7th zither given by Elderly. After the first experience in the sect, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue could set off separately to unseal the masters. The girls already knew that Yang Chen would definitely give his family something better, so they were not surprised at the appearance of the spiritual energy pill. After happily leaving their natal primordial spirits, the girls began to enjoy the joy of getting together with their husbands and sisters. As for the matter of the sect, they didn't mention a word. Their presence here had already explained the attitude of the major sect. They didn't need to say much about the specific matters. Naturally, there were people in charge. Moreover, to put it bluntly, their current status in their respective sect had not yet reached the point where they could make decisions for the sect. The auction was held as scheduled. To the surprise of the participating cultivators, the 5 major sect didn't make a move this time. It was entirely the small sect and the rogue cultivators who competed for it. In front of the inhabiting God Jade that could give them one more life and one more chance, even the rational cultivators would put down their perseverance and become crazy. The auctioneer didn't even do much to stir up the emotions. He simply announced the start of the auction, and the atmosphere of the scene rushed to a climax. Although the auction didn't have a low price, the bid started with 5 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Then, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it rushed to 50 kilograms, and it was still rising. It should be known that 1 kilogram of top-grade spirit stones in the spiritual realm was equivalent to 50 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones in the mortal world. In this way, this piece of inhabiting God jade, which was slightly more than half a kilogram, had already been sold for the price of at least a second-rate sect in the mortal world. Many people couldn't take out so many spirit stones directly. Before the auction, they would use some of their property, magic treasures, or elixirs to make an estimate and then call out the price after converting it into spirit stones. At the price of 50 kilograms, it had basically caused many wealthy rogue cultivators to go bankrupt. However, the crazy bidding continued, and the price of 50 kilograms only stopped for a moment before it was surpassed. When the final result was out, it had already reached the price of 50 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. The owner of a big business bought this piece of inhabiting God jade at this price. After the transaction, he couldn't wait to leave the Sunset Rock and finished refining it first. Then, he left his original spirit behind and left. With this price as a reference, the major sect also knew what to do and began to contact Yang Chen. In this regard, Chunyang Palace didn't obstruct them. This was Yang Chen's thing, so naturally, it was up to Yang Chen to deal with. However, they believed that Yang Chen would definitely fight for enough benefits for the sect. The people of the 5 sects were all present, and Yang Chen also wanted to negotiate at once. Since everyone had the same conditions, they would probably feel more balanced. Each family will pay 50 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones for each kilogram, and we will use magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods to offset the price. What do you think? Yang Chen didn't say much nonsense and went straight to the point. He believed that the representatives of the major sect were not in the mood for small talk. This price should be said to be slightly lower than the price at the auction, but wholesale was always cheaper than retail. However, Yang Chen didn't want spirit stones, but other things, which made the representatives feel a little relieved. In this way, some of their own things might be able to offset the spirit stones at a slightly higher price, and there would be no trouble after exchanging for spirit stones. Okay. A representative nodded. The other representatives didn't have any objections, so the price was set. Can it be a little more? The elder of the Blue Cloud sect asked. 100 kilograms of inhabiting God jade could, at most, be distributed to 100 people. Which of the 5 sect didn't have more than 100,000 disciples? 100 kilograms was really not enough. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a drop in the bucket. This sentence was actually the voice of all the representatives present. An additional 100 kilograms for each family in exchange for 3,000 years of peace in Chunyang Palace. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't refuse, so he directly put forward his own conditions. 100 kilograms could basically increase the safety of another 300 disciples. Everyone present was mentally prepared for the condition that Yang Chen would definitely put forward to take care of Chunyang Palace. Everyone looked at each other, and it seemed that no one had any objections. Finally, they nodded one after another. The 5 sect would take care of Chunyang Palace, a small sect that had just gotten a foothold, for only 4,000 years. It was not a problem. Chapter 1760. It's not that I'm arrogant, but it's related to the safety of the sect. This junior would like to ask the sect master and the 5 elders to make a great heart oath. This kind of condition was not easy to deal with. If one day these guys suddenly wanted to break the contract, they could casually find a reason to destroy Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen had to use some extreme means. The current Chunyang Palace could not withstand a few tosses. The 5 representatives suddenly had some anger on their faces. A small sect with only 100 or so people, is it worthy for our sect master and elders to make a great heart oath? However, although they were angry, they couldn't turn hostile now. Everyone who could come to negotiate on behalf of the sect were all masters. It was just a verbal offense, but it was not enough to immediately make the representatives of the 5 major sect overturn the table. The purpose of this trip was the dwelling spirit jade, not to destroy Chunyang Palace and let a sect take advantage of it. In the hearts of the representatives, to be exact, in the hearts of the representatives of the Green Jade, Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, and the Five Elements sect. Yang Chen was actually mainly targeting the Xiantian sect. After all, Yang Chen had just ascended and killed several disciples of the Xiantian sect. If they didn't guard against him, it would be strange. Although the Xiantian sect could tolerate Chunyang Palace for 1,000 years, they might not be able to tolerate it for 4,000 years. The four representatives all looked at the Xiantian sect. If the Xiantian sect didn't do it, then there was nothing to say. The villain was the Xiantian sect. If Yang Chen was not satisfied, he couldn't blame them. Everyone could also cooperate in private, as long as the Xiantian sect was not involved. In secretly attacking the Xiantian sect, the four sects could be said to have the same interest. To the surprise of the representatives of the four sects, the representative of the Xiantian sect did not look angry at all. As early as before he went out, the senior members of the sect had specially told him that no matter what conditions Yang Chen asked for, as long as he could get enough dwelling spirit jade, it didn't matter even if the sect master made a great heart oath not to deal with Chunyang Palace. Now it seemed that the senior members of the sect were really far-sighted. They even expected this. The Black Heaven sect has no objections. The representative of the Xiantian sect said calmly, "Sect master and a few elders will personally come to Chunyang Palace to get the inhabiting soul jade. At that time, you can directly make the great vow of the heart demon, okay?" How could Yang Chen have any objection? This was obviously the decision of Sect Master Wang and Elderly. They firmly believed that Yang Chen was their disciple. How could they deal with Chunyang Palace? On the contrary, if they took the lead to agree, even if the four sect knew the secret of Chunyang Palace in the future, they had to brace themselves to protect Chunyang Palace. When sect leader Wang, Elderly, and several core high-level members were discussing, the scene they were most looking forward to was the joy of the major sect members discovering that Chunyang Palace was actually the Taishaman after they made the great oath of the heart demon. If it weren't for the fact that Chunyang Palace standing in the dark was more beneficial to Xiantian sect, they would have wanted to see those guys' faces directly on the spot. Since even the Xiantian sect had agreed, the other four sect members had no reason to object. As long as the high-level members made the great oath of the heart demon, they would be able to get hundreds of kilograms of inhabiting soul jade to benefit the sect. Anyway, it was only 4,000 years in total. For cultivators, it was not an unbearable time. This condition was agreed upon. Everyone's opinion was unanimous. That was, the high-level members of the sect would come to Chunyang Palace to take away the inhabiting soul jade and make the great oath of the heart demon. With so many inhabiting soul jade, the high-level members would inevitably be worried if they simply gave it to a few disciples. If they didn't go in person and make the great oath of the heart demon, they wouldn't be able to show off their achievement. From this point of view, the conditions put forward by Yang Chen were not completely unacceptable. The other 100 kilograms in exchange for the experience qualification of Chunyang Palace's disciples. Yang Chen immediately put forward another condition. Compared with the previous 400 kilograms, this 100 kilograms was simply a free gift for the 5 sect members. They didn't need to pay anything, nor did they need the protection of experts. They just wanted the experience qualification, which could be settled with just a few words. Everyone knew what the experience qualification Yang Chen was talking about was. Previously, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue and the others had also mentioned it. Even Elderly of the Xiantian sect had mentioned it. They were talking about this experience qualification. At the border of the Taoist, demon, and demon territories there was a vast area. This area was sealed by a huge array, and the array was controlled by the Taoist, demon, and demon sect. Within the array, there was a place similar to the demon continent in the mortal world, which provided the disciples of the sect with experience. Or, to be precise, this training ground should be similar to the immortal fallen abyss in the mortal world. The target of the disciples was a very ferocious demonic spiritual beast. This kind of demonic spiritual beast always appeared, and its strength was between the human immortal realm and the peak of the earth immortal realm. It was the first choice for the disciples of the spiritual realm's big sect to train. The reason why the disciples of the big sect always had an advantage in the later stages of cultivation was inseparable from this kind of experience. The large number of enemies and the ferocious battles allowed the participating disciples to always obtain the most abundant combat experience, which had extraordinary benefits for their future cultivation. The battles inside were very cruel, many times crueler than outside the spiritual realm. In his previous life, Shi Shanshan had never been to the demon continent in the mortal world. When she first came here to train, she was accidentally seriously injured, which delayed hundreds of years of healing. But later, Shi Shanshan learned her lesson, and her cultivation soared to the sky, which may have had nothing to do with this experience. However, this training ground could only be entered by the disciples of the Taoist, demon, and demon sect. The disciples of the other sect could not participate at all. What Yang Chen requested was that the disciples of the Chunyang Palace also have such an opportunity to train. It was just a request for the opportunity to train, and it was proposed to the five great sect at the same time. It seemed that Yang Chen was determined to get it. Even the representatives of the five great sect didn't have to think about it to know that Yang Chen would definitely put forward this condition to the sect that the demon sect and the demon clan came to by the dwelling god Jade. In fact, as long as there was a big sect that opened its mouth, Chunyang Palace could participate in the training justifiably. Instead of letting a sect take advantage of it in the end, it was better for everyone to share the benefits, so that they wouldn't complain about Chunyang Palace's unfair distribution of the spoils in the future. The five representatives nodded and accepted this condition. At this point, Yang Chen's requirements were all met. On the one hand, it exchanged for a large number of magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods for the sect. On the other hand, it also won 4,000 years of development time and safety endorsement for the sect. In addition, it was to find a suitable place for the disciples of the sect to train. At this point, Yang Chen could finally be a little relieved, and he didn't have to worry about the affairs of the sect anymore. As long as he negotiated the conditions with the representatives of the demon sect and the demon clan who came after hearing the news, Yang Chen could also join the training himself. With everything arranged now, when the devil tribulation came in the future, Chunyang Palace could also rest easy. Chapter 1761. It seemed that the conditions put forward by Yang Chen were very disadvantageous, but only Yang Chen knew in his heart what kind of advantage he had. To put it bluntly, the resting god Jade was a netherworld jade vein that he had dug out in the mortal world for a few days, and then occupied some space in the Qiankuan bag to bring it up to the spiritual realm. Compared with his own efforts, Chunyang Palace had been firmly guarded for 4,000 years. It had an additional place to practice, and at the same time, it could get the favor of countless masters. This was simply free. If he really wanted to hype up the value of these things, Yang Chen would not have released the resting god Jade at all. There was another advantage to this move. During the Millennium Devil Tribulation, at least the cultivators would have more effective forces, and their chances of winning would increase a lot. Another point was that the mysterious Zhao family might not care about anything else, but it was estimated that they would want to get something like the resting god Jade at all costs. As long as they were tempted to take action, there would be traces to follow, and following this line, they could dig out the Zhao family. According to Zhao Qing, the master of the Zhao family on the other side of the Earth Dragon sealing formation, Yang Chen of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance had not made a move yet. That organization wanted to find the right time to push it to the Xiantian sect. Only when many people died would the two sides fight to the death. The representatives of the five sects temporarily left. They had to rush back to the sect to report to the sect master immediately, while Yang Chen's wives and concubines stayed to accompany Yang Chen for a period of time. After the warning of the five sects, there were basically no cultivators or organizations that dared to attack Chunyang Palace in the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, Lihan Sea, and Shiping Mountain. Within the territory of the Pure Yang Palace, it was calm and tranquil. No one would believe that someone would attack Chunyang Palace at this time. The people of the 5 sects didn't believe it, nor did the people of Chunyang Palace. Even the practitioners who stayed at the Sunset Rock didn't believe it. However, at this time, the attack was suddenly launched without warning. This was the time when everyone's vigilance was at its lowest. The representatives of the 5 sect had just left with the promise to protect Chunyang Palace for 3,000 years. If anyone dared to make a move at this time, it would definitely be like taking a dump on the heads of the 5 sect. There were not many cultivators involved in the attack, not more than 10 in total. They looked weak, but the problem was that there were 3 supreme mystic immortals among the 10 attackers. As for the remaining 7, there were 2 heaven immortals and 5 earth immortals. The other party might have thoroughly investigated the strength of Chunyang Palace. Among the people who ascended from Chunyang Palace, only Long Xian was above the level of an earth immortal. Among the earth immortals who joined the Chunyang Palace, there was also a Lan Ning. However, whether it was Long Xian or Lan Ning, they were not in the gate of Chunyang Palace at the moment. There were a lot of masters in Wanbao Tower, but because of the management reasons, the masters were distributed to various places. The closest one was also at the Sunset Rock. It would take at least 3 days to get to the gate of Chunyang Palace from the Sunset Rock. Fatty Jing and Zhou Xianying were heaven immortals, but they were all in the sea of hatred. No one would have thought that someone would attack the gate of Chunyang Palace, which seemed to be the safest. Therefore, there were only some newly ascended human immortal disciples and some rogue cultivators who joined later. Their average cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the human immortal. The attacker was too shrewd. He just happened to seize the weakest link of Chunyang Palace, and calculated the time when no one expected to make a move. It was impossible to guard against. The other party had no intention of hiding at all, nor did he mean to sneak in. He directly attacked with the momentum of Mount Tai, showing no mercy. When Yang Chen noticed the incoming killing intent, the attack had already arrived. The attack of a supreme mystic immortal master came without warning. Even if Yang Chen was the most sensitive to killing intent, he only felt it after the other party launched an attack. In an instant, the mountain guarding formation shone, and the earthly immortal spiritual vein underground was directly activated to the maximum. Boom, the light flickered, and the mountain guarding formation took the blow. With just one blow, the light of the mountain guarding formation dimmed by 80% in an instant, and it was on the verge of collapse. Although it barely took the attack, the elders and more than a dozen disciples who were responsible for maintaining the formation were injured at the same time. Before the people of Chunyang Palace could react, the second blow had already followed. Boom, a huge palm of spiritual power in the sky slammed heavily on the mountain guarding formation, which was already barely maintained. This time there was no fluke. With a flash of light, the entire mountain guarding formation was shattered. The huge palm in the sky was still flashing, and it slammed down mercilessly. From the looks of it, it was obvious that it did not leave any way for the people in the mountain gate to survive. To everyone's surprise, this huge palm didn't hit the ground. As soon as the mountain guarding formation was broken, countless black and red celestial devouring bugs suddenly appeared under the formation. The celestial devouring bugs formed a large net that was big enough to cover the entire mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. The huge palm in the sky slammed directly on the celestial devouring bug's net. Elder Bug had made his move. After Yang Chen unlocked the seal, Elder Bug had been staying in Chunyang Palace, responsible for the safety of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Under normal circumstances, Elder Bug would not make a move. He would only appear when he felt strong hostility. The attacker's attack was so sudden that even Yang Chen did not notice it in time, let alone Elder Bug, who was still a little brainless. Fortunately, the mountain guarding formation had blocked the attack, giving Elder Bug a chance to react. Although the opponent's second attack broke the mountain guarding formation, it failed to break Elder Bug's celestial devouring bug net. These attackers originally thought that there was just a group of human immortals here. 3 Supreme Xian Immortals, 2 Celestial Immortals, and 5 Earth Immortals would definitely be able to sweep them away. Suddenly, they found that there was a Supreme Xian Immortal Master in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. How could they not be surprised? However, so what if there was a Supreme Xian Immortal Master? There were 3 Supreme Xian Immortals in this attack. Even if the Celestial Devouring Bug Queen could entangle one, there were still 2 Supreme Xian Immortals. It would be easy to destroy the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace and capture Yangchun. The Celestial Devouring Bug Net was also smashed by the palm, but the huge palm in the air also disintegrated at the same time and could no longer cause any damage. Strong enemy, avoid. The voice of the palace master had reached the ears of all the disciples of Chunyang Palace. Just these 2 moves had already made the head of the palace clearly judge the strength of the enemy and immediately made the most correct arrangement. It was not a responsible leader to let a group of human immortal disciples fight with a master who smashed the mountain protection array. It was not something that a responsible leader should do. The palace master did not care about his reputation and directly let the disciples retreat. All the disciples in Chunyang Palace immediately fled. No matter what, whether it was revenge or investigation, escaping and surviving was the hard truth.